Okay, and welcome back to our coverage from Lostallo in Switzerland. The MRTM Club in Lostallo is the host club for the 2024 EFRA Large Scale and F1 European Championships. So we're using pictures brought to you by Poolstart TV, and my name is Frank McKinney from RC Racing TV. Joining me in the studio here in the UK is Matt and James from RC TV. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your patience in just working through the initial technical issues that we usually get at the very start of the stream. We got lots and lots of very smart tech and very smart people working to bring you the coverage this weekend, all weekend long. So we've got qualifying today. We've got 3 rounds of qualifying. Another round of qualifying tomorrow. I'm assuming the weather's going to hold out. Lower finals tomorrow as well, and then I believe it's going to be the semifinals and main finals on Saturday, but we have yet to see the schedule for Saturday, the official schedule. So the schedule for today was actually posted quite late last night. I think it was 11 o'clock local time. So yeah, there we are. So there's our intro. So we'll start getting into the nitty-gritty of things with the start of the second round of qualifying for F1. But meanwhile, let's bring up catch everybody up on what is happening for the rest of the day. So first of all, we've got F1 qualifying today. We've got right now, I should say, we have 3 rounds of qualifying. There's 3 groups, so the second group is about to go out. So as you can see, Group 2, Heat 1. So everybody's in Heat 1 at the moment. So there's Group 1, 2, 3 of F1, and then Group 1, 2, 3 of TC Sport. So this is a new class for the EFRA European Championships this year. It was voted in at the AGM last year, and it seems to be fairly popular. It's obviously, as you can see, it's at least as popular as the large-scale F1 category. So touring car sport, it's pretty cool. Basically, it's the same cars. It's just a stock engine, so just a completely unmodified engine, unmodified clutch and flywheel, and that's basically it. Whereas in the open category, there's 6 groups in that. So we have 3 in F1, 3 in sport, and 6 in touring car open. And of course, that is basically, again, any engine, any tire, as long as it fits within the dimensions. and basically an open spec engine. So there's all sorts of engines that are being used. But there you go. So there's 6 groups in that, and we'll get to the nitty gritty of those and details of that as we go along through the day. So today is all about qualifying. There's 3 rounds of qualifying. There's 1 round, and then we have a lunch break. And the times that I'm going to list to you, if I don't confuse myself again, are in Central European time, or the local time. So at 9 a.m. is when we started the qualifying, and the current time over there is 9:18. So we're a few minutes into just started the warm up, I think. No, they've been going around a little bit. So I think this is the actual race. Oh no, it's about counting down. So you can see the time in the green light there. There we go. And so the first cars are going across around. So this here, if you guys are used to watching the RC Racing TV stream, this is these are the pictures brought to us by Poolstart and myself. I'm talking over this to provide commentary for everybody. So we've already had the first group out for F1, and this is the second group that's out. So as the system learns where the position of the cars are out on the track, it has the ability to follow certain cars as they go around. So 3 rounds of qualifying today. We have lunch after the first complete round. The lunch is at 12 local time. That's 11 a.m. UK time. Obviously, adjust that for wherever you are watching us in the world. And after that starts, guess what? Round 2 of qualifying. And then round 3 starts at about 4 p.m. local time and finishes just before 7 p.m. So we've got, let's see, we have 12 total groups of racers. And as you can see, in the second group of racers for the large-scale F Formula class, we have 11 drivers in it. So we can assume that there's at least 30 drivers in each of the F1 and TC Sport groups or categories. I'm just going to go to the live chat and see if we can bring up pop into the live view and welcome everybody to the stream. So it's basically the same coverage as normal, it's just slightly different pictures. So Wesley Van Helman saying hello. It's our new 4-wheel drive large-scale off-road champion and last year's 2-wheel drive large-scale off-road champion. So hello, Wesley. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're well. Maybe you should try touring car next year, Wesley. What do you think? And Wesley saying good luck, Luke, to Luke Vandenberg, our brand newly crowned last week 2-wheel drive large-scale off-road champion. So congratulations to him, and yes, indeed, good luck to him. I noticed his name last night. I was reading through the driver list, and I thought that was pretty cool. So we have a few drivers who have made doing the double, basically, because these events are back to back. So we have we have Luke Vandenberg, we have Dario Vaselli, who was in the A final for 4-wheel drive. We have Sven Rodevald, who is last year's large-scale 4-wheel drive off-road champion. He's also racing here in Switzerland. And we have Ian Southey and I think one other racer, but I might be confusing it for Luke. So there's at least those drivers who are doing the double. So pretty cool. Congratulations and good luck to them and all of the drivers, of course. So Riencio is saying good morning and good luck. Spaniards, you are great and great pilots. So not just great drivers, but great people as well. So it's obviously. So I'm sure one or more of them have brought an entire leg of jamon, which is amazing. One of the great things about visiting the Spanish side of the pits. So we will go through all of the racers. Of course, this is the second group of three. And as you can see, we've already got some Spaniards out there at the moment. Carol Joan Fabregas, Andreas Blum, Roger Lucier, Gert Jan, Andreas Muller, who did I miss there? Matt Buxton, who, yeah, I had a good chat with him last year in Groningen. One of the few Team Brits who were there. Silvio Bomichin, Sander Witzer, Alberto Garcia, Thibaut Bourdais, and Reinhard Maron, who looks like he's pulled off. So let's go through the rest of the drivers in the group. That's touring car. So large scale F1. I'll start from the bottom of the list, and so we can move up. So 30 drivers total have registered for this event. I'm not sure why there's 11 in this one. Maybe it was 9, 11, and 10. I don't know. But we'll see. So we've got Jose Candias, Ernst Peter Utz, who I remember Mr. Utz. I think he runs his own shop or engine tuning service, I think. Remember him from Fiorano, which is great to see Fiorano. I mean, this is the first time we've talked about large-scale touring car on RCTV for quite a while. But yes, Fiorano is back, is open, and I very, very much hope that we get to go there in the next couple of years. So it'd be great to go back and visit, because the event that we covered there, I think it was 2 years ago now. I think that was definitely the last European Championship, but I think that was among the last races that they actually had there before it was, I guess, taken over and reopened. I'm not sure exactly what the situation was, but if anyone knows in the live chat in RCTV on the RCTV channel, do let us know. We also have Joan Fabregas Carroll, Ed Rees, Lawrence Jenkins, Cor Pruim, Thibaut Bourdais, and I am rereading some of these names because I'm just starting from the bottom of the overall rankings so far, and just moving up into the faster and faster drivers. So Hal S. Simoes, Andreas Muller, Matt Buxton, as we said, Mario Dada, Corentin Laville, Gert Jan, Maurizio Borsoni, Reinhard Maron, Sander Visser, Silvio Bomichin, Licinio Oliveira, Andreas Blum, Carol Fabregas Carroll, Carlos Fabregas Carroll, sorry. And we're into our top 10 drivers now. Tony Seiler, Alberto Garcia, Ratero, Martin Mittelstadt, Roger Lescher, and Sebastian Marino from France, who is at least our double defending European champion, but he's not ranked. After the practice group, actually, yesterday, he's rated overall 5th. So maybe just wasn't able to put 3 quick laps together, or don't know. It'd be very interesting. It'd be great to have a chat with him, but most of the French drivers are very, very unconfident. Not confident. Very few are confident with their English at all, so it's very difficult to get information from them, really. Beat Lautenschläger, Sven Grossman, Saverio Rosignoli, and Marcus Mickelberger. So these are some familiar names from the last couple of years of covering this. But yeah, those are the drivers who are currently outranking Sebastian. But we'll see what that is over 3 fast laps. So it could be that Sebastian is just completely not worried about it, because when these guys start in qualifying, they're not starting on the grid or anything. They're just starting as they go around. Everyone's on their own clock. So that's how the qualifying works. So it's a rolling clock. IFMAR starts. If you're watching from the States, a lot of clubs call it that. But yeah, they just drive around and the clock starts, and eventually everyone has started the lap, and they just go out and just burn off 10 minutes of as quick as they can driving. Rubber side down, shiny side up, that sort of thing, and get around the track. It's a very horsepower limited track, I'm told, so it's quite high grip. It's very, very hot towards the end of the day. So this is going to be their quickest time. And one of the interesting things that another one of the rule changes that came out of last year's annual general meeting in Sweden last year was that large scale touring car and Formula One, this exact event is going to be going to round by round qualifying rather than doing overall single fastest qualifying run, or what most RC racers call the rocket round. So it will be very interesting to see how it goes, because last year, and obviously the year before, and before that, it was all down to basically the fourth round of qualifying, which is going to be tomorrow morning. So whatever all the qualifyings came down to, if you were in a really tight qualifying battle with your friend or at the sharp end of the grid or anything like that, you would be basically, if you had a mistake in the last round of qualifying, then you're buggered. So that's just how it worked. But we've kind of moved on a bit, and I think this is sort of the modern way of doing things now, and round by round qualifying is it. So some racers are maybe getting used to it, but even in large scale off-road, in electric off-road, electric touring car, and even nitro touring car and nitro 1/8 on road, and of course 1/8 buggy, basically all of the other categories have had this for a very long time. So it's what most racers are used to. So maybe the large scale touring car racers are just getting used to it, or anyway, if you're in the chat, let us know what you think. And I think if you're dependent upon a single round and the single the track conditions of a single round, obviously if you have this round when the track is cool, the first round of qualifying, so Q1, and then the final round, which comes out the following 24 hours later, basically the next time you're out, the last time you're out on track before you actually go into your finals. It's a bit difficult, I think. But if you're able to tune the car for the heat of the day, especially later in the day, the touring car open guys are going to be the last cars out on the track when it is at its hottest, just before 7 p.m. So there's our finishing order for this one. Reinhard Marin not getting very many laps in this one, but Andreas Blum and Andreas Muller both getting 22 laps. So that seems pretty good. I don't know what's quick. 26.9 is the fastest lap from Andreas Blum. I know the fastest lap in touring car open category was 24.1 yesterday in the final round of practice. Of course, that was, like I said, like I was just saying, that's the hottest time of the day. So technically the slowest time to be out on track. So we'll see how that works out. The last group of cars are out now, the Formula cars. So this is their warm up. You can see the cars going around. And so they've got their warm up, and then we've had their 2 minutes of break time. So 3 minutes of warm up and another 10-minute run. Well, actually, it's our first qualifying run, so the first time that 10 minutes all in a row are going to count. So while we're waiting for things to kick off, let's just finish off some housekeeping. First of all, thank you very much to Pulsar for providing the images. As you can see the logo there on the screen, RC Racing TV, that's me, myself, and I, and also James and Matt, who are helping with the production and all the behind-the-scenes stuff. rccaronline.de, helping sponsor the live broadcast and help bring this coverage. And also RC Fox, another great provider of RC products, ranging from basher cars all the way to full-on large-scale racing cars. SCS M2 is another one of our great sponsors, so thank you very much to the fine people there for helping bring you this coverage. And Samba, of course. Without Samba, well, most of these cars will sound very, very loud. So Samba, makers of I'm sure the best titanium exhausts. Mechatech, lots and lots of Mechatech drivers in the top 10. So Mechatech are, our only chassis sponsor for the weekend. And of course, EFRA, RC Motorsport Europe, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, is the overriding organizational body that helps bring all the rules together and bring all the people together to make those rules and decide how the rules change and stuff like that. And that's how we get advancements in the model sport community, such as touring car sport category, which is we'll see after this group, and also things like the just slow updates to things like the round by round qualifying for touring car and Formula European Championships. So this is the final round, or final group of qualifying for Heat 1 anyway, of large-scale Formula. So let's see how we get into this. So as we said earlier, Monday and Tuesday were free practice. Yesterday was timed practice, which provided the seeding results. The fastest 3 qualifying laps helped seed the drivers and sort the drivers into their qualifying groups. Today we have 3 rounds of qualifying. So we have 1 round and then lunch. Fastest group of drivers in the various categories. Obviously, this is the fastest group that's coming out right now. We have Sebastian Marino, the 2-time defending European champion in this category. For sport, the fastest group is coming out at 10:15. That's local time. That's Central European time. So please adjust your times accordingly. If you're in the UK, you'll be 1 hour behind that. If you're in Australia, obviously depending on what coast you're on, make sure to advance the clock, that timing as needed. For touring car, the fastest group is actually out. I think it's 11:45 local time, but the second fastest group, I think it's safe to say we can split them across 2 groups. 11:30 is when the fastest, the first of the final 2 groups come out. So if you're only interested in F1, because let's start with that, because it's the one on screen. So for F1, obviously they are out right now. The next time they are out for qualifying 2 is at 1:30 local time, and then for qualifying 3 is at 4:30 local time. Okay, so for touring car sport, they are out, as I said, at 10:15, and for round 2 of qualifying, they're out at 2:15, and then for round 3 of qualifying at 5:15. So again, those are all Central European time. Touring car open, the last 2 groups, they start to come out at 11:30. For round 2, they come out at 3:30, and for round 3, they come out at 6:30. So just make sure and keep that in mind. So tomorrow, providing everything is fine with the weather and everything, we're going to have the 4th round of qualifying, and then lunch, and then the lower finals. So that's racing. Heads up racing starts tomorrow. And then that is after lunch, and then Saturday will be all of the all the rest of the finals. So just so we go over the basics of the rules, and you can check these out on EFRA.ws on rules and regulation, on the rules and regulations tab. You can check that out yourself. But just for the basics, the top 1 and 2 drivers of each group of racers qualify directly into the main final. Okay, so on-road is a little bit different than off-road. And in the on-road categories, well, at least this one, the top 1 and 2 qualify directly into the main final. In the sub-finals, the top 3 bump up, and in the semifinals, the top 4 bump up. Okay, and as mentioned before, there's a 3-minute warm-up period, and then 10 minutes of qualifying. Now we have, if you're watching our large-scale off-road coverage last weekend, we had lots and lots of, I think out of 5 semifinals or 6 semifinals, we had this, I think it was almost half of the races had 10-minute timeouts, which was understandable, but it's kind of a tactical thing for some racers, and it's just kind of an expected thing in the sport now. But Anyway, but you can only do that in the semifinals and finals, and the same drivers can if you can call a timeout in the semi and the final. So just be aware of that. Qualifying is round by round. That's new for 2024. So that means in an overall qualifying result, and we'll see this in about 6 minutes and 10 seconds time. And there we go. So as I was just mentioning earlier, Sebastian Marino, must have been already tuning up doing his car setup for 10 minutes because he's already in the top 2 positions. So being in the 5th position going into the qualifying, not a big deal at all. Yes, so round by round, whoever TQs, for example, this first round of qualifying for the Formula category, will have 0 points for the TQ. Second place will have 2 points. Third place will have 3 points. Fourth place will have 4 points, and so on and so on and so on. So the out of 4 rounds of qualifying, 2 rounds will count, 2 rounds will not count. So you can have 2 bad rounds and still TQ, and you can TQ 2 rounds and have 0 points in those, for 0 points total, counting towards your score, because the qualifying overall takes your 2 fastest times, your 2 best results, and then just not even finish. So we saw Wesley, who is in the chat, Wesley Van Helmen. He TQ'd the first round, TQ'd the second round, TQ'd the third round, and then did some tire testing in the 4th round. So he basically had a relatively low score. So he had a 0, 0, 0, and I think a 14 or 16 or something like that. But he was already overall TQ. So that's the kind of thing, that's how the point system works. In case we have some new large-scale on-road viewers. And for anyone who's curious about the engines, for the F1 category, which we're watching now, they're out on track. 26 cc's is the maximum capacity, and for engines in touring car, it's 23 cc's. So they are the same weight, but somehow just a lot faster. I'm not sure how that works, but that's how it works. So for the Formula 1 category, which we're watching, again, I mean, obviously, weirdly, refueling is allowed. I read it in the rules yesterday, unless I completely misread that. It does say refueling is allowed. And, you know, the DRS system that's in large-scale or full-size Formula 1, you can actually have that in Formula. However, it has to be automatic. It can't be, okay, I'm on the straight now, I'm going to hit the button, a 3rd or 4th or 5th channel or whatever, and I'm going to adjust the wing flap. It has to be automatic. So I guess when you're at full speed or full throttle, maybe you can have a 3rd channel that activates the letterbox and flips the wing up. And then as soon as you hit brake or come off the throttle, it goes back to full. I would love to see that in action. I don't know if that's a new thing for 24, but that is definitely super cool. And that's what I love about large-scale F1 or large-scale touring cars in general. There's that much space on the cars, that much weight on the cars. These things are 10 kilos minimum weight. So they're like 22, 23 pounds in weight. They're absolutely huge. So the minimum weight, just mentioned that. So 700cc fuel tank for both. For the F1 cars, they have a 620 millimeter wheelbase minimum and a 450 millimeter width front wing. So that just gives you an idea of how big they are. So 400 millimeters, that's over a foot wide. That's well over a foot wide in American terms. And for touring car, which are coming up next, so those cars weigh between 10 and 12 kilos. They have a 530 millimeter wheelbase. That's over a yard long, just so you know. 500 millimeters is half a meter. So hang on, 500. 1,000. No, I'm thinking. No, it's not quite a yard, but it's very, very long. Trust me. Just get a tape measure out and measure it yourself. Again, 700cc fuel tank, 500 gram minimum body weight. So the body alone has to weigh at least a half a kilo. And then, so for touring car, they've got a new sport class, and we'll get into this in more detail. But once the next group starts. But this one is about to finish. This is the fastest group of racers for Formula. So as we can see, Sebastian Marino currently top of the pile with Rossignoli, who gave him a good fight last year, but just could not keep up with Marino in the main final. But it looks like it's a little bit tighter this time. Rossignoli, let me see if I can bring up the actual live timing. So live timing is available on myrcm.ch. You can check that out. So Marino's best time, 25.925. Rossignoli's fastest lap, 25.906. So basically, these guys are just very, very slightly in a league of their own. And they are swapping the lead as they come across the finish line each time. So they're both forecast for a 23-lap run. Actually, there's almost more than half the field is forecast for a 23-lap one, but Marino is forecasted to be just about 2.5 seconds faster than Rossignoli. And Rossignoli finishes as we're looking at his time. So you can see the name goes very slightly blue. And then Marino's finished, yes, so just on absolute time is finished, 2.6 seconds ahead. So an excellent finish for him. Now, of course, these guys generally they'll be setting up their cars for a 10-minute run, so that the suspension systems and the engine gets all up to temp very quick, but the tires kind of switch on and hold the optimum temperature range for the tires for 10 minutes. So these guys know what they're doing, and I would wager that a good 80 or maybe even 90% of them have been to the Lostallo club before. This is a very complex circuit. It's certainly a lot more complex than many of the other large-scale circuits that we've seen in the last couple of years. But yeah, it's looking pretty good there. So that's Marino taking the top spot. So Rossignoli looks like he's going to be the only one that's going to be able to challenge him. So, but he finishes on a 2-point overall in that first round. So now we're about to go. There's the finishing orders there. So do I like to say hello to everyone in the chat? Hello to Sponge1310 for joining us. So we would like to say that anyone watching on the RC Racing TV YouTube or Facebook and EFRA Facebook, you can check out rcracingtv.com, and we do have a merchandise store there. You can check out, get some trucker hats, get some fitted hats. We've got jackets and shirts and all sorts of stuff that's absolutely fantastic for racing fans all around the world of all types and all scales and on-road, off-road, whichever you like. And this weekend only, until Monday, midday Monday sometime, we have a discount code you can use to get 10% off an order. And that discount code is LSTC24. So it's capital LSTC, like large scale touring car, and the numbers 2 and 4. So we would like to thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV and the EFRA channels, and Polestar as well, for joining us for the EFRA large scale touring car and Formula One European Championships. Brought to you pictures from Polestar TV from the MRTM Lostallo Club in Switzerland. We'd like to thank RC Car Online, RC Fox, Samba, Mechatech, and Polestart, and also EFRA.ws. Check out EFRA.ws. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. So we'd like to thank them for allowing us to bring you this coverage free and no charge on, well, yeah, lots and lots of different channels this weekend. So we're here from Thursday to Saturday. And make sure and check out EFRA.ws for more information about organized RC racing in your area or neck of the woods. So between each race, we've got a 2 minute, roughly 2 minute break, and then 3 minutes of warm up. And this is the first group of touring car sport that is out there now. So touring car sport, what is that? Well, before 2024, for large scale touring car for EFRA, there was only one category, which is usually how it goes. Like in the 1/8 IC buggy that was last week, there's only one category, and that's it. You can be a female racer, you can be a junior racer, but if you're a sportsman, clubman, rookie, or a current world champion or European champion, you're all in the same category, all racing together. But now, the large-scale on-road category has split that up a little bit. So changed things up a little bit. They've gone to round-by-round qualifying, which is like basically how everybody does it. But that is a new thing for the category. But now there's also a touring car sport class. So what is that? Basically, it just means everyone is running a spec, not a spec engine, but an unmodified engine. So the flywheel, the clutch. I'm not sure about the clutch actually. That might be considered separate. I can't remember. Someone please correct me in the comments. But basically, it has to be an unmodified engine. And for touring car open, you can have one pair of magnetic poles with a maximum of 2 coils with the flywheel and rotor. I have to admit, I have no idea what that means. But obviously, it means it's a modified engine and it'll go faster. But for this category right here, which has just started their qualifying, it's new for 2024. These are unmodified Zenoa style engines. Basically, everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. The cars, the tires, the wheels, the body rules, all of that is exactly the same. The only thing that's different is the engine. So obviously these are going to be a bit slower, but it is, whereas Formula has always sort of been like the fun category. Even for European Championships, it's always been the fun category. For touring cars, kind of like if you want to run a full body touring car style chassis, now this is the sort of the intro category, and we've got some interesting things already happening in this category. So 8.5 minutes left for the first group in the first round of touring car sport. And let's just catch up with the chat. So, Mrs. Young 01. So, hello to Mrs. Young 01, one of our heroes. So, thank you very much for joining us. Wow, what a fantastic looking track and a beautiful location. Looks amazing on screen. And me personally, I wish I could absolutely be there. I would love to have been able to go. Good luck to all the competitors this weekend, and thanks as always to the RC Racing TV crew. Thank you very much for Mrs. Young. Mrs. Young, one of our heroes. So, thank you very much. You can see the highlighted name and the silvery looking logo next to Mrs. Young 01's name on the live chat and also in the video. So thanks for commenting. So just very quick thing on our RCTV heroes. You can actually in the YouTube, well, whether it's the app or online or however you're watching this, you can find the join button. You click that, you find out what all the wonderful and mystical and amazing benefits of being a hero. First of all, you get your name highlighted, you get a cool logo next to your name. If you don't care about that stuff and you just want discounts on your merch, well, you get that too. You get a cool one-time use code, 10% off, which is more than worth the cost of joining on a monthly subscription. So all good stuff. And you also get to watch some of our longer form content for free. Well, I mean, you get it. Everyone gets it for free, but you get to watch it weeks ahead of everyone else. So Niels, oh, forgive me here. I'm going to mess up your name. I'm sorry, but Niels Huisinkveld, my local Dutch outdoor. I couldn't guess that you were Dutch at all, Niels. Sorry. But my local outdoor track is next to a landfill. Well, you know what? We were at a quite nice RC buggy club a couple months ago, a few months ago, that is built on top of a landfill. So I think that one has you beat, Nails. Possibly, it's a Slough club. So thank you very much to Kev Brunsden and all of the Nemo guys that were there for welcoming us and inviting us to cover it. Sponge1310 saying Lostallo is probably the coolest RC track in the world. Yes, and again, I will say this. This will not be the last time I say this, but I do so wish I could be there. I mean, look at that view right there. Now, I will say that Lostallo, I think just a month ago, was hit by really heavy flooding. I've seen some video, I've seen some photos. A few people actually did lose their lives, and there's actually someone that's still missing, unfortunately, from the town. They weren't associated or affiliated with the club, but they were from the local town. And the club was really questioning whether they should go forward with the Euros that we're watching right now. And but with the blessing of the mayor and the townspeople, the club was encouraged to carry on and continue to with their event plans to host the Euros this weekend. So thank you very much to the club. Thank you very much to the people of Lostallo, and obviously, you know, our thoughts with all the people who've been affected by the flooding there. The campsite next to, which is affiliated with the club, as part of the club, the campsite was very heavily affected with the flooding, and you know, almost immediately, the club members and locals got together to clear the roads so that emergency crews could get in, and you know, bulldozers and wheelbarrows and hand shovels, all of that got to work very, very quickly to make sure that the event could go on. So it's amazing that it's still going, that going forward, and you know, it's wonderful that the event is even happening. So it's great. Thank you very much to the club, who are you know, bringing you know, able to host the event. You can see all the camping in the background there, all the caravans and the RVs and the trailers and tents and everything like that. That's all of the campsite that's affiliated with the club. So very, very active racing community, obviously, in the area. So yes, Neil says 7 out of 10 pronunciation, significantly above average. I'll take that. I'll take that. Very, very good. So I'm just going to check my Facebook messages. I think I have a message here from someone. I've been messaging a bunch of the drivers to find out how they feel in general about their racing chances this week, and things seem to be going, you know, fairly well for most of them. It's pretty hot, and so it's just a quite random question here from someone not affiliated with the show, sort of. Trying to find out the various races. I've been exchanging chats with Dario Vaselli, who's last year's actually our defending European champion in this category in the open class. Rick Vanderboel, Eduardo Rapetti, B.A. Arnoldi, Marcus Feldman, Hessel Roskam is former world champion. Marcus Feldman, multi world champion. Not sure when he last won a European championship. And so, but if anyone knows off the top of the head, do let me know. So this is the first group of the touring car sport category. You can see the 1/5 S. That's what that means. So I'll just run through the drivers in this one. As quick as I can. Let's see if I can find them here. Where are they? I've got the schedule. That's not them. This is the touring car. Other touring car. Touring car sport. I think I've got the. Here's the drivers. Okay. Just putting all my browser tabs in order. So in touring car sport, there are 36 racers. Fabulous. And it says 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there's 11 drivers in this one. So, okay. Just thinking out loud. Sorry. So we have Stefan Schroeder from Germany, Eric De Vos and Johan Siegers from the Netherlands. From the Czech Republic, we have Zdenek Kalab, Pierluigi Boninsegni from Italy, in case we couldn't figure that one out. Daniel Romero Bayo from Spain, Stephen Jones from the UK, Lena Bloom from Germany, Claudio Rossi from Italy, Roman Dahan from France, Wesley Hems from the Netherlands, Eddie Goldsmith from the UK, Torsten Seifert from Germany, Sebastian Elsner and Guido Mamat, also from Germany, Giuseppe Rosanoli from Italy, Ralph Kisele from Germany, David Lebesgon from Switzerland, Christoph Spilut. He was at Large Scale Off Road as well. And I recognize David Lebesgon. That must mean that Neo Lebesgon is in the racing somewhere. Young Neo. Anyway, back to the driver list. Mario Nickel from Germany, Robert De Roo from the Netherlands, Oliver Osigus from Germany, from the Czech Republic, Miroslav Jurenka, Michael Mielke from Germany, Christian Schmidt from Austria, Rudy Vessier from France, Tim Roskam. You might that name might sound familiar. So he's ranked 10th overall going into qualifying. So we'll see how he is. But yes, Tim Roskam, the son of a certain young Hessel Roskam. Luca Rowley from Italy, Matthew Frette and Thibaut Noel from France, Arthur Simon from France, Neo Lebesgon, there he is, from Switzerland, 5th overall. So he'll be in the 3rd group of racers. Damiano Giolitti from Italy, Paolo Fernardi from Italy, Dennis Tyson, and Marcus Oppertenhurst are top 2 racers after the seeding round of practice. So there's our first group of racers that have finished. And the next group is already out on track. Just doing some minor housekeeping on the computer. So, where are we here? So we've got David Lebescond next up out. So 13 racers in the next group. I'm pretty sure the track can accommodate 15. So it's interesting that they're doing 11, 13, and I'm assuming 14, if my maths are right. David Lebescon, Ralph Gisele, Elsner, Jarenka, Schroeder, Nickel, Seifert, Spilut, Rossignoli, Rossi, Mamat, Osigus, and De Roo are the drivers, 13 drivers in this group. And their qualifying will start in just about a minute and 10 seconds. So thank you very much to everyone who's joining us. Pictures brought to us by Pull Start TV, and commentary, that's me, brought to you by RC Racing TV. So thank you very much to your SCSM2, RC Fox, rconline.de, rc-car-online.de, Samba, and of course to EFRA. Check out EFRA.ws for information about organized racing in your area. And I say, and Mechatech as well, of course, our only chassis sponsor who's sponsoring the coverage this weekend. Thank you very much to all of our wonderful sponsors who are doing this for us. Now, I say organized racing because there's disorganized racing, which most people would just call bashing, or just driving around someone's field. But organized racing is where you get wonderful locations like this with amazing pit facilities, illuminated, I should say, not lighted or lit up, but illuminated tracks, so you can race at night. I mean, look how gorgeous this the MRTM facilities look. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, so as we said, and I'll repeat this a bit during the first day because this is kind of a new thing. The Touring Car Sport, which you'll see, the 1/5 S Touring Car Sport, is a new category for EFRA this year, and hopefully it carries on because obviously it seems to be popular enough that it's actually full. So it's great that we have it. So it used to be that touring car was basically just the large scale touring car that was it. There was the one category and that's it. But the federations voted last year. There was a proposal put in for the AGM, and it was discussed and it was voted upon at the annual general meeting, which is if you're watching from outside Europe, is a fairly pretty normal thing to do for a democratically run organization. You have proposals are put in well ahead of time, and anyone who has the authority to put in a proposal can put in a proposal. And the proposal was to add to create a second group of racing for the touring car, where basically you have let the open class do whatever they want to the engines. Within the rules, but have basically a stock engine class, and that's what this group is here, the sport class. So we've got sport class, which is basically unmodified Genoa style engine, 23 cc, sorry, but basically everything else from the tires, the body, the wing, the chassis, all that stuff is exactly the same. So you take the same car, you just put a standard engine in it. And it's much cheaper, and the racing, well, we'll see if it's any closer. But I think even in a smaller field, it's about half the size of the open class field. I think we're going to see racing that is just as close as the open category, but without the costs of having to buy a 500 or 600 euro engine. You can have a standard engine. And you don't do anything with the ports or anything like that. So we'll see how it goes. But since we're talking about touring car, these cars weigh between 10 and 12 kilos, so they're huge. They're very, very big. 530 millimeter wheelbase is nothing to sniff at. That's very, very big. That's just the wheelbase alone, and if you add the wheel diameters and the front rear bumpers and all that stuff, it adds up to about a 2,000 to 3,000 euro car. You see, here we go. There's an example of we just saw one of the mechanics running across the pits. You'll notice there are no turn marshals out there. There's a unique among well, any of the racing categories basically for EFRA. There are no turn marshals out on track. It's the turn marshal it's the mechanic who has to turn marshal the car. So if a driver gets his car stuck in a fence or stuck in the grass or flips it upside down because it cut a curb too much or something, their mechanic has to go out there and run. So in some cases, you'll notice that maybe some of the mechanics could maybe do with a bit of a jog, and other mechanics could maybe, some drivers could really use a fitter mechanic because they're keeping their mechanic quite busy. But that's just how it is. But yeah, so there we are. But yeah, it is an interesting thing with even in large scale off road, where the cars are actually literally flying in the air for several meters at a time. They actually do have turn marshals out on track, protected by heavy duty Euro pallets, literally a cage of pallets that they stand behind to protect themselves from the cars that are flying and crashing all around them. Last week we were directly above one of the busiest corners of the track at the what was it, the Automoto Club l'Ouest in France. Really great facility with 4 different permanent racing circuits plus a crawler track and space for camping and a full-time restaurant, and it was a great facility. But they had off of their big jump that is about halfway through the lap. They actually have full-size car tires that protect the fence that the cars crash into. So it's these cars are no joke. They're huge and they're heavy and they're fast. So a lot of the 10th scale and 8th scale touring car racers, they really don't see any sort of they don't understand the appeal of these because they're just too slow for those guys. But for me, these cars look fantastic. They look like the real thing. They turn and they sway with the body roll, and they're just really really intense to watch. For years now, my computer wallpaper has been one of the photos I took from the amazing Fiorano facility from a couple of years ago for the EFRA European Championships that were there a couple of years ago. So lovely track and a lovely circuit, and I'm glad that it's back and reopened. So it's amazing. Sponge 1310 saying, yeah, I wonder if we'll ever add an electric class. There are rules in it, and I believe there was a sort of a trial, but I don't think it really took off. So, well, it remains to be seen. I think at the time maybe the motors and the batteries were just too expensive, and it was just too new. But as we've seen with GT8, there's GT8 and GTE categories. They race at the same events on the same track. That was the Euros for that were in Sicily, which unfortunately I had to miss earlier this year. This is at the beautiful Giardini Naxos track on the west coast or east coast of Sicily. But yeah, I mean, both classes seem to be equally popular. But because it's in Sicily, because it's in Italy, I should say, there were so many more nitro drivers that were signed up for that event. But there's no reason apart from just generally the popularity of the category. These guys, they work out of transit vans, and they like working on engines, and engines are what they know for the most part, and it's kind of a generational thing. So maybe we'll see some electrics come up, but it'll be different. I think it might need to be something like a lighter weight and maybe like a pair of 6S batteries, or a pair of 3S batteries and a 6S and a lighter weight to make it so it's not a gigantic motor, and so the cars are significantly faster than the petrol powered 5th scales. But we'll see. Okay, So where are we at here? We're minute and 15 seconds left in this one. David Lebescond just about pipped, but he's battling pretty tight with the couple of the racers. Let's see where the overall timing is sitting. So David forecasted for 23 laps in 10:20. I think he's going to be looking top of this particular group. Torsten Seifert's forecast for 23 and 10:21. So it looks like Torsten and David are looking to be the battlers in this one. Of course, this is the second of 3 groups, so there's another faster group coming after these particular guys. So it's 26.5 lap time, which is quick, not quite as quick as 26.5. Let's note that down. Just so you guys know, the fastest lap time in the open category, the fastest lap time I saw anyway yesterday was a 24.1, and we'll get into the top drivers for that one in a minute. But Torsten Seifert taking this particular qualifying run. It's not TQ. There's still one more group to go. But we'll see how things progress. Right, so just catching up on some other random stuff. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Yeah, LiPo battery is definitely expensive, but it's one of those things. Like if you know how to take care of them and charge them properly, and very importantly, store them properly, a fireproof sack and an ammo can or something like that, or a bat safe or whatever you like to use, but something very, very secure. Ideally, maybe in an outbuilding that's separated from your house, because, yeah. If you know how to take care of them, then you get a pair of batteries and then a backup pair of batteries, so you can practice and you just basically run it, charge it, run it, charge, run, cool, and charge. I should say run, cool, and charge, etc. And then over time, you get another set of batteries, and you buy like some good race batteries, or you get to know someone who just abuses the hell out of the batteries, like maybe I don't know, an electric helicopter pilot or something like that, and then you can get some cheap batteries off of them. They run them for a weekend, and then or for a race meeting or two, and then you buy them, and yeah. Ooh, there goes a car. What? I can't tell the number, but yeah, that was a tip over there. So this is warm up for the next fastest group of racers, and that group is going to include Dennis Tyson, Romain Dohan, Marcus Oppenhorst, Paolo Fernardi, Damiano Giolitti, Rudy Vacer, young Neo Lebescond, Thibaut Noel, Arthur Simon, Tim Roskamp, as I mentioned before, son of Hessel Roskamp, Mathieu Frette, Michael Mielke, Christian Schmidt, and Luca Rowley. So 14 drivers in this one, 13 in the one previous, so it's 27, and then another 11 in the group before. So it's 3 groups, 36 total drivers. So we'll just go off air just for a minute, and just while I pick up something from the kitchen. Okay, so let's see where the track action has left us. We're about just over a minute into the qualifying now. Neo Labascond popping up in there. Dennis Tyson, Simon Arthur, Noel Tebow, Marcus Openhorse. It's a very, very tight battle. Very, very tight battle for sure. Looks like about 6 drivers. And of course, with 14 drivers on the track, there's going to be a lot more action over the finish line. Super tight battle. So it's a 24 lap predicted pace for a couple of them, of Tyson and Noel. Simon popping up in there with 24 forecasted time. The fourth one, Open Horse, is another one. Finardi, so it's starting to get a bit faster now after several laps down. Best lap times about 25.6 or so. And that's so far. I think that'll improve just a bit. You can see the best lap time is highlighted there on the full start graphics. Last lap time for Giolotti was 25.9. With his best time 25.7. Tyson again popping up there 25.5. A little bit faster, and I think Arthur Simon might be able to get into the 25 range. Am I reading that properly? No, it's going to be Giolotti and Labascond are the closest to a 25 lap pace, I think. Time's moving up and down so much. Actually, a couple of the racers have dropped down in pace from their 24 lap pace and back down into the 23s. It's only a couple of drivers now in the 24 lap predicted time. Tyson looks like he's pretty well secure in that top spot at the moment. Of course, he's car number 1. That just means he was seeded number 1. But as we saw with Marino, his car seems to be more suited for a longer 10-minute run than a 3 consecutive lap seeding practice run. Most of the drivers starting their 10th or 11th lap now. Pace starting to pick up with some of them, and a few more back up into the 24 lap forecasted time. Labascond, Giolotti, Rowley, Tyson, Oppenhorst. .4, the fastest time from Dahan, but look how far down he is on the total running order. Not all of the 14 drivers showing on that listing there. There's 13 shown, but there's actually 14 out on track. Christian Schmidt is the only one who's not listed. Giolotti looking really strong there. Tyson, pop back up in the top. Still back down to just 2 drivers, now 3 in the 24 lap run pace. Very, just a high 24 lap run. So 24 laps in 10:23 and 10:23 because it's a 25.5-second lap time if you're going quick. A slow lap time there for Giolotti with a 27. Lebescon with a very quick time, 25.6. Slightly slower lap from Open Horse with the 26 flat. 26.1 for Noel. 3.5 minutes remaining now. Roskam looks like has he pulled off? I think he's come into the pits and pulled off. Tyson's still looking pretty strong. German on his 17th lap. It's about halfway through his lap. Still on a 24 laps in 10:22 pace. Improving that slightly to a 10:20 pace. So it'll be very interesting to see how close these guys are. Because the field is only about half the size of the touring car open category. But the engine, the lack of a modified engine should mean that the field is just closer and closer. So I'll be frantically jotting down some times just to see how close it actually is. Tyson looking now. Improved again to a 24 laps in 10:19 pace. So it's 5 seconds ahead of second place overall at the moment of Simon. Lebescon now improving to a 10:24, a 24 lap run in 10:25. So it's just inside that cutoff to make 24 laps. Tyson and Oppenhorst still looking the strongest, though. Tyson's pace has slowed down very slightly to a 24 lap in 10:20. A 25.9 second lap time that time round. Last go around. Lebescon's dropped to a 23 and a 10 flat. So if he can just improve just the tiniest bit, he can get 24 laps. 30 seconds left in this one. So Lebescon and Rowley have finished. Oh, Lebescon misses out on 24 laps. So 24 laps and 23 laps and 10 flat. Tyson, Simon, and Oppenhorst yet to finish. They've started their 24th lap, so everyone else is coming across to finish their run. Tyson's going to be the first of the top runners to finish. Forecasted for 10:20 pace, and there he goes. He's crossed the line now. So he's got, that is going to be our quickest time. And let me see if I can get a screenshot because that will be, these are going to be some big times to keep track of. So and there's our official finishing order for the first round of qualifying for Touring Car Sport. So the first time that we've got the top drivers finished. So I'm just going to look at my screenshot I took so I can jot down these numbers. There's slightly more information on the MyRCM page. So if you want to check that out, just go over to myrcm.ch. It's myrcm.ch. and just find the Lostallo link, and you can find the online timing and all the reports and the schedules and everything, and see it all for yourself. But Tyson taking that one with 24 laps in 10:20. Arthur Simon in 10:23. Oppenhorst in 10:24. Lebescond just missing out, literally 0.9 of a second short of hitting 24 laps, but finishing fourth overall. That number 7 car. Page and see what kind of comments and questions that we have in there. So, okay. And on the YouTube channel, Gary Burns saying, "Go Team GB." Yes, definitely Super Savage as well. Go Team GB. Disappointed to see static cameras, though. Yes, we do wish that we could be there in person, but just situation demands. King, that one, as we said. So Simon, Oppenhorst, Lebescond, and T. Noel. So that's our. Again, we're doing round by round qualifying on this one, so just remember that. So Tyson has a 0. Simon, Oppenhorst, Lebescond, young Lebescond, because we have father and son in the same category. I would have thought one of them would be, maybe Nia would be in the open category, but we'll see. But he's obviously doing pretty good in the open. So maybe that was probably the better thing. Don't listen to me at all. And let's see who else is in. So large scale, ranking list, quali. We've got Marino, Rosignoli, Grossman, Lautenschläger, and Laville. So those are our orders of 0, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's basic. I think it's going to basically be the Marino and Rosignoli show, which is pretty much how it was last year and the year before. Lautenschläger, that's a name that takes some time to write out. And Laville. So now we're into the open category. So now these are the faster guys. So the faster guys being... So I've been talking to as many as I can annoy via chat. Because we're not there. We have had studio programs recently. If you caught our Euro B finals, we had a really good studio show where we brought in Lefty from the Dominican Republic, Keenan. That's Keenan White. So happy belated birthday to Keenan. And we brought him in, and we had some good chats. We even we took in video calls from people and racers who were there. We even talked to Bruno Coelho on holiday, second last week at the Euros. But just because of the way things work over there, it's we can't always rely on the mobile or cell signal. So I've been chatting as much as possible with the various racers that some of the top names that have been there, including Eduardo Repetti, who's our champion from 2 years ago, Dario Vaselli, who's last year's champion, trying to get hold of Arnaldi, B.A. Arnaldi, Had a good chat with Hessel Roskam last night and Rick Vanderbolt this morning. So these are various drivers from the Mechatech, MCD, and Genius teams. So Feldman, multiple world champion. Emanuele D'Amico, he's the fastest, absolutely the fastest in time practice. I asked around quite a bit, and basically everyone said that they're worried about D'Amico because he's looking super, super strong. Eduardo Rapetti, even D'Amico's countryman, saying he's looking really strong as well. Marius Hetland, Cedric Prevo, Verbruges, Sindre Unheim, all of these guys are on the Mechatech team, and we'll see how they go. But basically, it is kind of the D'Amico show this week, so we'll see how things progress. For Team MCD, we've got Vasily, who, like I said, is last year's, the defending champion. Sven Rodervald is there as well. He's last year's large-scale four-wheel drive champion, and he's not too bad of a touring car racer as well. Martelli and Donovan also, they've snuck into that the fastest group. Those guys are all MCD drivers as well. For Genius, we've got Arnaldi, Hessel Roskam, as you said, and Rick Vanderbolt is back with Genius after a little flirtation, I believe, was with MCD. So all of these guys saying that the track is quite high grip. They're all very familiar with this track. So, settings may change very slightly from year to year. There's various Grand Prix races and other things that happen on this track that are international, that international drivers come to. So it's not like these guys are at the track every month or anything like that. But the Euros tend to happen during the summer when it's quite warm and dry. So the fastest lap that we've seen so far in this particular category, which is Touring Car Open, is the 24.1 from Emanuele D'Amico. But we'll see how that changes. That might change. It might be quicker now, because that was the lap time that I saw yesterday afternoon on their last run of open practice. And just to run through, so I've mentioned the various chassis, the various types of engines that are being run. Mechatech have their own engine. I believe it's called the Mechatech Top Gun. And then there's the Abate engine. JPF is quite a popular one. And the Audified engines are quite popular as well for racers, not just from the UK, but from all over. And then just to recap what we went over before, the top 1 and 2 qualified directly into the main final. Had a very, very intense battle between Vasily and Rapetti last year in Groningen. That was super, super intense. And in the sub-finals, so it's what we call the lower finals, the top 3 drivers from each of those bump up. Those will kick off tomorrow after lunch. And then in the semifinals, which we'll see from Saturday, the top 4 drivers of those will bump up. So we'll have 4 from the A, 4 from the B, and then the 2 who have qualified directly into the main final. And in between all that, we'll have I believe it's a 10 or 15 minute practice just for the top 2 drivers, which last year in Groningen was super, super important because it was very mixed conditions, and it was a massively intense race because it was mixed conditions, and half the field was on dries, half the field was on wets, and no one knew what would happen. And it was super, super intense. I keep saying that, but it was the tension was really, really high. So Monday and Tuesday, we had many rounds of free practice for everybody. Timed practice was yesterday, which means that was the controlled practice or seating practice. Various categories call it different names. It'd be great if they were all just called one thing, but basically their fastest 3 qualifier practice laps put them into their qualifying groups, which we see here, and their qualifying numbers. So they're basically going to be with the same group of racers for 4 rounds of qualifying. So we have 3 rounds today, and today being there's 1 round of qualifying, then we have a lunch break at 12 noon, that's local time, Central European time, and then 2 more rounds of practice qualifying. Final round of qualifying tomorrow, So 4 rounds of qualifying. And this is what's important. This is a big change for this year. It's round by round qualifying. It's no longer rocket round style qualifying. And we've got just organizing my tabs here. We're trying to. No rocket round qualifying. It's 4 rounds. It's round by round. And trying to. Oh yeah, qualifying hasn't completed. So we'll see how the qualifying works out. But the drivers, if I can bring that up. I've already got this list. And I've got this list. Okay, so here's our drivers, our participants, in order by practice. So this first group is going to be basically the first group of racers I read off. So going from the first group up to the fastest drivers. From Switzerland, we have David De Feo. From Norway, wow. We have Havard Gulliksen. From the UK, we have Andrew Heslop. From Norway, again, we have Ole Henrik Gulliksen. From the Netherlands, we have Stanley De Jong. From Switzerland, we have Stefan Perazzi. From the UK, Daniel Osei. From Croatia, Marko Grigic. From Finland, we have Sami Pajalin. I hope Sami carpooled with the Norwegian guys. Wow, that is quite a drive. Patrick Muller from Switzerland. Reint Jan Kunst from the Netherlands. Miles Dixon from the UK. Tom Hake from Germany. Jan Karel from the Czech Republic. Dean Spur from the UK. From Croatia, we have Dario Lovrincevic. I think I got that right. Adam Westholm from Sweden, and also Sebastian Mancia from Sweden. Bruno Trotman from Switzerland. From the UK, we have Kenneth McCann, Angelo Zuiger, and Felix Horens from Switzerland. Ian Suddy from the UK, and also Tyrone Quinlivian. Clement Morlingham from France. Alexandre Schuler from France. Yuli Bichel from Switzerland. From Spain, Hector Abadju from Switzerland. Martin Carrel, Ismail Gutierrez Aparicio from Spain. From Turkey, we have driver Darren Ozgur. Jorg Monke from Germany. Pascal Hervé from France. Marco Harleman from the Netherlands. Bianca Trotman from Switzerland. Also from Switzerland, Andy Fuchs. Andy Zule from Switzerland. Cedric Prévost from France. Arnaud Brassard from France. David Mut Castelvi from Spain. Karsten Wolf from Germany. Paolo Bellotti from Switzerland. Fraser Schobler from the UK, and also Jarrett Williams. Luke Vandenberg, our brand new two-wheel drive off-road large-scale champion from the Netherlands. Daniel Wicke and Dieter Fischer from Switzerland. Ewan Mariad from France. Alish Pique Fernandez from Spain. Simone Curcio from Italy. Tomas Romero Lorente from Spain. Matthias Domig from Switzerland. Sam Vaser and Marco Mans, also from Switzerland. Rick Vanderboel from the Netherlands. Ramon Schmidt from Switzerland. Oriol Gil Gonzalez from Spain. From Germany, Michael Donovan. From Norway, Marius Hetland. Placido Krikri from Switzerland. From Germany, Maximilian Hornig. Adrian Vignacotto from Spain. From France, Didier Dahan. Rene Jean from Austria. Karsten Keller from Germany. Marcus Feldman from Germany. Surprisingly, well, we'll see how it works out, because we discussed this before, but he's currently ranked 13th, but that's after practice. Kevin Tollenars from the Netherlands. B.A. Arnaldi or Bernard Alain Arnaldi from France. Sven Rodewald, wow, doing really well. 10th place. This is our top 10. This is after practice. Remember, it's only 3 rounds, 3 fastest consecutive laps is how the practice is ranked. And these are how everyone is ranked in their qualifying group. So we're well into the fastest group of racers. There's 78 racers in the open category. So that's a really, really good turnout. Olivier Sampietro, who I don't have any information on from France. So if anyone knows anything about Olivier Sampietro or Mika Hazenberg from the Netherlands, I would love to have some information from them about them. Eduardo Ripetti, as I said, from Italy, our winner from Fiorano. Hessel Roskam, multiple world champion, or no, I think one-time world champion in this one from 98 or 2000. I can't quite remember. From the Netherlands. Martelli Gianmarco from Italy. Dario Vaselli, we all know him, our previous, defending European champion from Croatia. Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium. Not many from Belgium, so that's quite interesting. Sindre Unhan from Norway, so it's leading the Norwegian charge, the Scandinavians. And Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, again, running a Mecatech car, engine, and Alpha. Of course, you gotta run an Alpha if you're an Italian, basically. That's how I would say it. If you're German, you gotta run a German car. If you're British, I don't know, gotta run a Jag? I don't know. An XJ12 body shell or something like that. That'd be really cool, actually. So there we are. That is where we're sat. So this is group 2 that's out on track now. They've just started. They're 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds into their 10 minutes of qualifying. So let us see. So after this group, I should say, we are into our lunch break for the day. So we're running just a few minutes behind, but it's no big deal. No, we're not running behind, are we? We're not running behind at all. We're a couple minutes behind, but it's no big deal. So after this, not this group, but after the Touring Car Open group has finished. So there's this group and 4 more qualifying groups. And then we're going to be into our lunch break here in Switzerland. So just to recap, this is the EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships, brought to you with pictures from Pool Start TV from Lostallo, the MRTM Lostallo Club in Germany. I am Frank McKinney, so thank you very much. I'd like to welcome and thank you all for joining us on our coverage, whether you're watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or wherever you're watching us on. We are live on Pool Start TV, EFRA, Facebook and YouTube, and RC Racing TV, YouTube and Facebook. So please drop a comment. We're mostly looking in the RC Racing TV channel, so Facebook or YouTube. So please join us there. We will be looking when we can, everywhere, but mostly we're paying attention to the YouTube, RC Racing TV YouTube. We do want to thank SCSM2, Mecatech, Samba, RC Fox, and RCCarOnline.de for helping sponsor this coverage to bring you this live racing event direct from trackside. So do appreciate that. Thank you for the patience. We don't have a moving camera this weekend, but we are bringing you the coverage live. Taking questions, taking chat. We have various discussion options. We're talking about the TC Sport category, what everyone thinks of it. It seems to be well represented for sure. It's this nearly 40 racers in it, nearly 80 in the Touring Car Open category, and over 30 in the Formula One category, which until this year was considered the fun class, I guess. But Touring Car Sport, I mean, if you've ever raced a stock class touring car electric, it's not as lighthearted as you might think at the sharp end. It's still quite difficult and very, very quick. So we'll compare the times as we get to them. But so far, the fastest lap time that we saw was 25.6 in the sport class. Fastest lap time in the open category, 24.1. But that was yesterday. I bet we'll see some 23-second lap times in this first round of qualifying as we get faster and faster. So you see the lap times in this open category in Group 2 of 4 already about the same speed as our fastest group of touring car sport racers. So let's see where we are in the chat. Greetings from 42 degrees north, or 42 degrees? 42 degrees Celsius. Okay, yes. Well, yes, that's quite hot. That's very, very hot. So that's A Riera 83. Thank you very much for joining us. Dome Pop, yes. We love the racing. Thank you for joining us. So if anyone has any questions or things you want to chat about or ask about, do let us know. If you have information about what some of these drivers are actually running, I personally would be interested in knowing, because there's some of these drivers I don't have any information on. Gianmarco, I know what Roscam is running roughly. Hazenberg, San Pietro, and Tolinars. And let's see, we've got lots of Alphas. We have some the Audi type cars out there. Tires, most drivers are running PMT and GRP, the ones that have written down what tires they're running. Let's see what else is happening out there in RCTV land. Okay, so just gonna have a little sip of coffee, and we'll be back in just half a minute as we're watching Alish Piqué Fernandez. Looks like he's gonna be no, it's Ismael Gutierrez Aparicio, looking a bit faster, just a couple of seconds faster. We'll be back in a minute or so. So Heslop, Gutierrez, and Peak looking like the three drivers to beat in this one. Pace has dropped off a little bit for Peak and Gutierrez. These guys just on the cusp, but if they get just slowed down just the tiniest bit, they'll drop back down to 23 laps. But with 13 drivers, well, 12 drivers out there, actually, as DeFeo is not crossed, didn't start, and Gullikson and Shoveler not completing as well. So there's only 10 drivers out there. But so it's maybe a little bit of a task. this ends up. It's a minute left, roughly. Heslop, Peak, Romero, Osger, Morningham, Fuchs, Bichelle, Brassert, and Monk. So Peak is the only one on a 24-lap pace now. 10:22, so he's sort of safely in there, unless he has a occurrence with some lap traffic. So it's the second group of the fastest class of racers out there. Heslop and Osger have come across the finish. Heslop just on the cusp, nearly getting 24 laps, but finishing on a 10 flat. Just like Neo Lebescon in the top group of Touring Car Sport, missing out by 0.9 of a second. So it looks like Piquet finishes with 24 laps. So it's the first of our 24-lap runners. And we'll see how many more of those we get in Group 3, which is coming out next. Okay, we're back. Yeah, just had to get some fan action going. Speaking of fans, let's see where we're sat at with the chat. So car brands are aero racing products. Saying car brands. Mechatech FW1, yes, definitely some here. Genius, yes, there are definitely some here. MCD, definitely, yes. The Duox, yes, and maybe FG 2020.2. Haven't seen any of those on the lists yet, though. But maybe we might. Who knows? But haven't seen FG on the list. So the Genius is XR4, the XR4 Plus, just depends. Mechatech is seems to be among the more popular ones, though. For F1, the RS5 has a few listed. Berganzoni has a couple. Genius also has an F1 chassis, the FR2. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if anyone here is at the race is running the Capricorn, but Capricorn does have a new fifth scale car that they were hoping to debut, but just various reasons or not. Okay, so I can close off this one. I think I'm just organizing my tabs because I have many tabs open for race information from myrcm.ch. If you want to check the live timing and get all the, well, basically exact same information that I am pulling data from, you can see for yourself. Such as there are 13 racers in this one. Marco Manzi, Andy Zula, Dieter Fischer, Kenneth McCann, Miles Dixon, Sam Vaser, David Castelvi, Felix Horens, Bianca Trotman, Paolo Bellotti, Hector Abadjou, but it looks like Hector hasn't gone out. Martin Carell, Dieter Fischer, I think I already mentioned, but there's our drivers. So as we get into they've just started they're on their second and third laps now. So as they run through, they'll be getting their information going, and we'll have some more some better time from them, some more smart time. What am I saying? I'm saying, well, sorry, I'm reading a message from Sven Rodewald. So, yeah. So as we go further into the 10 minutes, because we're a minute and a half in now, the computer predicted time, forecasted time, will just get a little bit better and a little bit better as we go on. And then once we get about maybe a third of the way into the 10-minute run, it'll sort of have caught up with itself with the racing, and we'll see where things sit. So Sven is telling me today it's a bit cooler. The sun is not out as much. It's a bit overcast. So I'm just replying back to him. I'm not expecting an immediate response because he's not far from going out himself onto the track. He's we'll see what he says. But it is a point of discussion, though, because it is a change to the large-scale touring car, but it's been around for quite a while in all the other categories, including large-scale off-road. So we'll see. So one of the racers I've been chatting with, Rick Vanderbolt, saying that there's two sides to the round by round qualifying. If your car isn't very good, then it's definitely a downside. But then it's already a downside because you have a car that isn't very good. But you're kind of chasing the setup in qualifying round by round. But then you would have had a couple days of practice already. But however, if your car is on pace, then obviously it's more easy because all you're doing is fine tuning. So Rick just replying to me. So yeah, it's an interesting point though, but it is something that was brought up as a proposal for last year's EFRA AGM, or annual general meeting, which is literally the annual meeting at the end of the racing calendar year, when the various federations from Norway and Finland to the UK to Italy, France, and everybody, they all meet up and say, here's this proposal, what do we think about it? And then a vote is taken, and sometimes the proposals pass, sometimes they don't, and this one passed. Personally, I think it's it's just the way the racing has evolved, and electric racing and other forms of racing have used the round by round format for many years, and it's kind of considered a little bit antiquated to use the rocket round sort of formation qualifying, because you're dependent on a single round. But yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, Sponge in the chat saying it's always scary when you see someone run across the track to marshal a car. Well, those are mechanics, and there's only one mechanic allowed per car to run out. So they know what they're getting into. They know what they're in for, and hopefully, yes, they are quick and they're able to leap any flying cars. But yeah. Generally, I mean, we've never seen any major problems at the European Championships. Obviously, club races may be a little bit different. They Sponge saying you definitely don't want to get hit in the shins by one of these cars. You don't want to get hit anywhere by one of these cars. These things are like 10 kilos minimum weight, and they're literally doing like 35, 40 miles an hour at the end of the straight. So depending where they are on track, there can be major problems if something does occur. So let's see where we're at. We got about 2.25 minutes left in this one. Felix Horns looking pretty strong in this particular run. Fastest lap and top of timesheets. Pretty consistent as well. 25.6, that 25.4 fastest lap. Very quickly topping the timetable again once it gets pipped by Zule and Dixon. So let's see, we are in Group 2, and that was scheduled to start at 10:45 local time, and we're a few minutes behind. No, we're in Group 3. My bad. So we're just a couple minutes behind. So you guys got a minute and a half left in the run, and we're just about I think just like 2.5 minutes behind. No biggie. 3.5 minutes. So after this, after Group 3 comes Group 4, of course, and then Group 5, and then Group 6, which are Groups 5 and 6 are the two fastest groups that we've got. And then we have a 1-hour lunch break, and then back round to start the second round of qualifying. We'll see how that goes. So the sun is back out on track, and you can see how nice and bright everything looks. So a lovely view there. That's a great shot. Looking down the main straight and that very long pit lane. So Group 4 about to come out for their warm-up. 2 minutes of just about 2 minutes of a break, and then there's a 3-minute warm, and then 10-minute qualifying run. It's a bit different than their practice run yesterday. If you're tuning for a practice run at the end of the day, things aren't going to go all that great for you in the first round of qualifying. So you want to be tuning so that your tires switch on as soon as possible, but you don't use up all your tires in those 10 minutes. And here we go. First car is already out, as you can see. So you are watching the EFRA Large Scale and Formula One European Championships, brought to you by Pulsar TV for the pictures and RC Racing TV for myself. I'm Frank from RC TV. We've got James and Matt helping produce and do all the technical bits in the background for us here in the UK. So this race is brought to you by SCSM2, RC Fox, RC-car-online.de, Samba Pipes, Mechatech, Large Scale, and EFRA, and of course RC Racing TV. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. If you want to find out about organized RC racing in your European region, please go to efra.ws and check out find the links for your local federation, whether it's DMC for Germany, AMSCI for Italy, BRCA for the UK. AE car for Spain, FEPRA for Portugal, and FFRVC. I can't remember which what it is. It starts with an F, and it's a lot of letters for France. And there's all the various member federations, RC federations, that help make the rules that EFRA brings together to bring and organize these European championships like the one you're watching right now. So thank you very much for joining. And if you wish to, you can take part in the live chat on RC Racing TV YouTube channel, and also on the Facebook page. We're live on both of those, and also on EFRA's YouTube and Facebook, and as well on Pool Starts. So just doing some quick online searches to find out what some of these car brands are. So S88R is another brand of cars that are here. I know so little about them. So if anyone has any information about them, please drop us a line in the chat and let us know. Looks like it's obviously, like most of these, machined aluminum, 3D printed plastic, and either carbon fiber, or I'm going to assume it's carbon fiber because it's just cooler. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, it's an electric car. This particular one I'm looking at, the S88R 1/5 EME electric 4x2 light. So it's a 4 wheels, 2-wheel drive. I'm assuming that's what that means. So yes, S88R is another brand I'll add to the list. And I believe that is going to be a French brand. Yeah. They also make a motorcycle, which I will never not love a RC motorcycle. That's pretty cool. Cool. Yeah, so there's a few racers in this category racing the S88R. So my apologies for leaving them out. But of course, Mechatech, if you want to go for because they're our coverage sponsor, if you're going to go for a, let's just go ahead and call it the best large-scale touring car out there, the Mechatech FW01 is going to be the one that you got to go for, isn't it? There's lots and lots of fast drivers running the Mechatech. And if anyone's curious, these things, well, they're not cheap, but then, if you want to run something fun, you gotta be able to shell out the shekels. So the FW01 on rccaronline.de, for anyone curious, starts without body, wheels, engine, tires, etc. at 1,862 euros. if you want the performance kit, and there's two different wheelbases you can choose as well. The 530 mil, which is what most of these drivers are going to be running, or the 510 mil, which I believe is going to be the Porsche short wheelbase version. So if you want the Porsche 911 version. Four-wheel drive hydraulic disc brakes, remember. Obviously, oil-filled coilover shocks with reservoirs. Side body mounts, full carbon. Well, yeah, see, not a lot of carbon. Mostly for the battery holder, the radio tray, and the side body supports. There's very little plastic except for maybe the hoses, the front bumper, the fuel tank, obviously. Everything else is machined aluminum, machined fiberglass for the disc brakes. Rear body mount is carbon fiber, woven carbon fiber. Everything else is machined aluminum or machined steel. So yeah, that'll run you about 3,000 euros. Without engine, which if you want the performance one is going to be about 500 euros, but if you want just a standard one, you can get those for maybe a couple hundred or 100 used. Air boxes, you're going to need that as well. It's going to be about 120 if you want the Samba version. Yeah. Although the MCD driven by Dario Vaselli won last year's, which was that's a major coup, I must say. Against a field of Mechatechs. So they were quite happy about that. But the FW01 European and World Champion racing machine, and as I said, available on rccaronline.de, and I'm going to check. I imagine it's going to be available on RC Fox as well. It's going to be rcfox.de, large scale and RC model specialist. One by, I believe it's the he's also first European champion. Well, I think in the demo class for large scale off-road, large scale forward drive off-road, I should say. So yeah. So yeah, RC Fox and rccaronline.de if you want to check those out. And Dizzy Chizzy saying, not a bad venue, eh? No, it's not at all. Do wish we were there in person. We as in me, RCTV Frank, Control Frank on Instagram and Facebook. But yeah, do wish that we were there with a moving camera and they're live to. We were there. We did Fiorano a couple of years ago, and that was fabulous. Groningen last year for the Euros in this class. So very, very good. Great events and really good stuff. So hopefully next year we'll see. See how things work out. So 2 minutes left in this qualifying run for Group 4 of the Touring Car Open category. Open because they're allow some modified parts on the engines. There's also a Touring Car Sport, which is brand new for 2024. which doesn't allow any modifications at all. And we're starting to see these drivers, everyone so far having a best lap faster than the fastest lap of the Touring Car Sport class. Sven Rodervald currently topping the timesheets on this one. So the overall timing says so Sven on a 24 lap in 10:10 pace, definitely very much the fastest time we've seen so far. 10:24, so just on the cusp for Simone Curcio. So Muller, Dahan, Wolf, Vignacoto, Mancia, Carell, Schmidt, Williams, Vandenberg, our two-wheel drive off-road champion, is in this one as well. Then Moriad, and it looks like Rene Jean did not get or well, no, he pulled off a few laps ago. So 10 seconds left. Curcio has finished. Rodervald going to be coming across, I think, for 24 laps. Yes, to take the lead so far, but there's still 2 more groups to go. So Rodervald finishing with 24 laps in 10:10.8. A little bit faster than his forecasted time. Then it's Curcio, Muller, Dahan, and Wolf. So this coverage is brought to you pictures from Pullstart TV and sponsorship from Mechatech, Samba, RC Fox, SCSM2, RCCarOnline.de, and of course, Pullstart TV and RC Racing TV. And thank you very much to EFRA for organizing all of this amazing racing and these events for us. SCSM2 is a top quality manufacturer of parts and equipment for large scale touring cars and racers. So it's an engineering firm with 3D printed metal and plastic parts, all sorts of fantastic looking stuff. Check out their website, scs-m2.com. Some very, very cool cars on there and parts, of course. If you love machined and anodized aluminum, it's definitely somewhere you need to check out. It does seem to be, no, it looks like they might have English as well. Seems to work okay. Yeah, so lots of engine tuning parts. That would be ideal for the Touring Car Open category. So then this next group is going to be Adam Westholm, Rick Vanderboel, Marco Harleman, Olivier Sampietro, Karsten Keller, Sammy Pajolin, Kevin Tolinars, Daniel Wicki, Placido Cricri, Oriol Gil Gonzalez, Matthias Domig, Marco Grigic, Mika Hazenberg, and Maximilian Hornig. This is group 5 out of total of group 6. So it's got about a minute of warm-up time remaining before the qualifying clock starts. And pretty much by now, if you don't know what tires are going to be running or how much fuel to put in, maybe being at a European Championships is a little bit step above your level. So these cars can run for just about 30 minutes at a time on 700 cc's of fuel. So they'll be basically just once they're out there and running. Warm up the tires, get them warmed up just enough, and put down some fast lap times. So we'll see how our friend Rick Vanderboel does. Our friend Sven Rodewald in the last group did pretty good. So luckily we have a few contacts spread around the various teams. Although we don't know anybody from the S88 Art team, so I need to practice my French a bit and get on that. So everybody checking in, and times have started. Rick Vanderboel, the first one across with a 24.942, not too shabby. Of course, see if I can get hold of Sven Rodewald, because he's just run, but these drivers, you don't turn marshal after your run, because your mechanic has turn marshaled for your car, and basically your mechanic turn marshals for you, basically. So Vanderboel, fastest lap time 24.4. Wow. Almost half a second faster than the next fastest racer. But Adam Westholm looking just a tiny bit more consistent. Last lap time 24.7. Vanderboel having a slow lap last time, losing a couple seconds there. Westholm and Vanderboel, looks like it's going to be between them, possibly Keller as well, forecast at Westholme, the first one in the touring car open category to be forecast for 25 lap pace. I'm curious whether it's going to be 10 racers as specified in the rules, or whether the track is going to be able to have 12, 13, or even 15 racers on it for the main final. And looks at another 25 lap pace for, there was someone they just dropped out. I missed who the name was. It may have been Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, Westholme, Keller, Gil Gonzalez, all competing there for the top spot in this group. Who can keep it consistent? 25 flat for Westholme last time around, 25.1 for Keller, 24.5 for Vanderbilt. Fastest lap time so far is owned by Vanderbilt. It's 24.4. So over time, Vanderbilt and that car number 2, you can see his name dropping down the order, but when he crosses the line again, he might. Oh, he had a very slow lap. He must have had a crash that we missed. He had a 49-second lap. I think that's wrecked his time in this run. Followed it up with the 24.7, but now his pace has dropped to 22 lap run. So that's really unfortunate for him. So it puts him out of the running this time. But remember, there's 4 rounds of qualifying and 2 to count, 2 to throw out. So this is going to be a throwout for Vanderbilt. Westholme, Keller, and Go Gonzalez looking like it's going to be between them, I think. Possibly San Pietro. Westholme still on a 25 lap pace. So not sure what happened there with Vanderbilt. Maybe just pushing just a bit too hard. Is anyone going to be able to catch the Swede of Westholme? Go Gonzalez is just on the cusp. He's got 24 in 10:01. Keller with a 24 in 10:03. So if they can keep it going, stay on the black stuff. Looks like Go Gonzalez has dropped slightly to a 10:02. Keller actually dropped a bit more to a 10:05. That puts San Pietro in possibly position to take over with his 24 10:06 pace. Adam Westholme looks like he's going to be romping away with the lead on this one. Remember, this is only the second fastest group as well, so the fastest guys, they are out next, and then we have a 1-hour lunch break. The next time these guys will be out on track is going to be at 3:30 local time. That's for the fastest 2 groups. That's groups 5 and 6. Group 5 is what we're watching right now. Westholm still on a 25 lap pace. 1 minute left. Almost everyone else on a 24 lap pace. Vanderpool's somewhat recovering to a 24, but still running 9th after running in the top 2 spots. Bumped up to 7th. In the 7th, he's running from in the 7th to 9th position, so it's not an awful run, but obviously a 49 lap run, a 49 second lap after doing consistent 24 and 25 second laps. It's not a good. It's not good. What if we had to come in for some sort of change for the pits, or obviously these drivers, the cars, if they do crash, the marshal has to run out across the track. There's literally a bridge that goes across the track for marshals to get across, so they're not in any danger. There's someone using the bridge right now, and another marshal running across the track, I think. And that is the run finish for Adam Westholm with a 25 lap run in 10:23. Go Gonzalez just 2.9 seconds off from making 25 laps. It ends with a 24 lap run in 10:02, 10:04 for San Pietro, and then we've got Keller, Pajalin, Grigic, Krikri, Vanderpool finishing 8th overall in that one. Then Kevin Tollenars, Marco Hollerman, Mika Hazenberg, Wiki not quite finishing his run, and Hornig and Domig. So the fastest guys out next. You want to see some very familiar names in large-scale touring car racing coming out very soon. So Westholm currently on top with a 25 laps in 10:23 run. He's the only driver to do 25 laps. Pop out in the final group, which is Group 6. Yeah. Okay, so the fastest group of racers They're out on track and warming up. 3 minutes of warm-up leading to 10 minutes of qualifying action. Hope you're ready. In this group, we've got Emanuele D'Amico, by far the most dangerous driver that these racers are aware of for this week. Marcus Feldman, multiple world champion in this category. Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium. Eduardo Ripetti, 2 years ago, European champion. B.A. Arnaldi, also pretty sure he's a previous European champion. Marius Hetland, he's always there or thereabouts, very, very threatening. Dario Vaselli, our defending European champion in this category. Hessel Roskam, previous world champion. Sindre Undheim, Martelli Gianmarco, Tom Hake, and Michael Donovan. So first lap coming across for D'Amico, 24 flat. Already beating his fastest lap time that we saw yesterday of 24.1. Already forecasted for a 25 lap pace, and that will get faster. 25 in 10 minutes in flat. Another 24 flat pace lap for D'Amico. B.A. Arnaldi with a 24.2. Everyone so far forecast to do 25 laps, so we're going to start to see possibly a mistake or two from some of these racers, but these are literally the world's fastest touring car racers in large scale. So D'Amico, Arnaldi, Prevost, Ripetti, Donovan, Verbrugge, Undheim, Feldman. Times are moving around already. You see that highlighted best lap time for Emanuele D'Amico, literally his first lap across, and he's bettered it already at 23.9. Blindingly fast. These guys working to be it's the Chase Emanuele show today, folks, and it may be that way all weekend long. Let's see what he's done this time. 24.6. So his slowest lap time is still going to be a second faster than the best sport class time. But that will improve. He's on a 25 lap pace on a 10:03 time. He's on the cusp of a 26 lap run. That's how fast D'Amico is running. Slowed very slightly to a 10:05 forecasted time. Seven and 3/4 minutes left in this one. Arnaldi looking to be right up there. Feldman as well. Prevost. So it looks like it's between those and Ripetti popping up in there as well. So it looks like it's between 3, maybe 4 drivers for second place, for second fastest. It's not a fantastic place to be, but you can only hope to be second best. That's what you have to shoot for, and then hope the leader, if you're going to be going for that win, hope the leader has an issue. In the final, at least. D'Amico still not getting quite close enough to that 23.9 second lap that he did earlier. So just checking the chat, Jonathan Wolf, one of our RCTV heroes, saying, what an epic location for RC racing. Yes, indeed. And we do so desperately wish that we were there ourselves with a proper moving camera. But our pictures from Poolstart TV just about doing the Lostallo Club, or MRTM Club circuit justice. So I want to thank them for working with us to make this possible, to bring you the live coverage. And Ollie Bultnick. Hi, Ollie. How are you? And he's saying, looks like 2 laps and only 1 lap counted for Rick. That's very true. So I didn't think of that. But yeah, it looks like he may have just missed the lap. So I'm sure that will get looked over by the timekeeper. Meanwhile, let's go back to D'Amico, who's now on a 10:10 pace. So he's, if anything, he's slowing just very slightly. He's got a 25-second lap in that last time. Still best lap time of 23.9. .25 lap again that last time around. 24.2, so a lot better that time. But still, Arnaldi, Ripetti, Prevost, and Feldman are the top drivers. Oh, Verbrugge popping up there into second, so he might be challenging, making a run for second. Arnaldi always a front runner, and actually he was set to be on the podium last year until he had a problem with his car. He was running in the lead towards the end of the race in mixed conditions. Ripetti, one of our, I believe, our TQ man last year, and defending, well, our champion from 2 years ago. Very, very quick and capable racer. All of these racers are. All of these guys are super competitive and very, very capable. 24 flat again from D'Amico, so he's on another set of good run here. 10:06 his pace now. .10:05 his pace now. Another 23.9. Not quite as fast, only 500 slower than his very first lap out, his first timed lap out. But if he can do this again, we're just watching his time. He's just about 3/4 of the way through the lap. See if he can back that up again with the 23.9 and 24.1. So not too far off. Prevost, Arnaldi, Ripetti, Feldman, Vaselli now popping up into the second. Meanwhile, D'Amico, we're looking at his time, 24.1 his lap time last time. And 24 flat again, so he's improving his lap time, so he's calmed down a bit. D'Amico having some bad luck with a technical problem last year. He's on his 20th lap. 2 and 20 seconds left in this one. Another 23.9. So it's 3:23.9 laps in this one. He's on a 10:04 pace. If he can keep this up, he can knock it down to nearly get to the 26 lap pace. 24.1. He's on a 10:04 pace now. 25 laps in 10:04. If he can keep doing these super fast lap times of 24 flat, 23.9, he can get into 26. Let's see if he can do it in this run. This is the best time to do it because this is the coolest track temperature that he's going to see until 24 hours from now. He slowed down just a tiny bit, 24.3 that lap time, that last lap around. 25 lap and 10:05 is his pace now. That's what the computer's saying. 1 minute and 10 to go. So he does this time round. 24.6. That's a pretty slow lap by his standards. Meanwhile, Feldman, Verbrugge, Arnaldi, Vaselli, Ripetti, those are their 2nd through 6th places. German dentist finishing on 25 laps. in 10:08. So 2 seconds behind D'Amico over Marcus Feldman. Or Vaselli, I believe, is going to be our fastest MCD car. Arnaldi, our fastest genius. So D'Amico, his fastest lap time, 23.9. He did that 4 or 5 times in that last run, and absolutely the star of the field. So let's see what happens in quali round two. So we're going to take some notes, and now begins our hour-long lunch break. We'll be back online in about, well, a little bit under an hour, because we'll just run through and review a few things with everybody. And meanwhile, we'll sign up for now. But this is Frank from RC Racing TV. We've got Matt and James doing the technical stuff here in the UK. Pictures brought to you by Poolstart TV, and we want to thank Mechatech, Samba, RC Fox, rc-car-online.de, and SCSM2. This is the EFRA Large Scale and Formula One European Championships, brought to you from the MRTM Club in Lostallo. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in a little bit less than an hour. Thank you very much. Okay, so apologies, but we'll just restart because not sure if anybody heard the little intro. So anyway, we're back from Lostallo, the MRTM club in Lostallo in Switzerland, with pictures from Pulsar TV and voice from me, Frank, from RC Racing TV. And we've also got James and Matt here in the studio with us just to iron out any of the technical issues that we've got popping up. So just restarting. We've been through qualifying round one, and we've had our about an hour of lunch break, and now we've got qualifying rounds 2 and 3 coming up. So that's starting imminently, literally in the next couple of minutes. So let's run through what has been happening so far with everything. So first of all, this is the EFRA European Championship for large-scale touring car and Formula One 2024 from Lostallo in Switzerland. This is literally probably the most gorgeous track that you'll ever see anywhere, and it's a big shame that we're not there in person with a moving camera, a proper moving camera, and everything. But we're doing the absolute best we can to bring you live pictures and timing and commentary and information direct from some of the top drivers in the large-scale touring car community. So we've been talking with Hessel Roskamp and Marcus Feldman and Dario Baselli and Eduardo Ribetti and many other drivers that are there in person at the track to find out what the track conditions are like, what the racing conditions are like, who's the fastest, and how they are feeling with not being quite as quick as Emanuele D'Amico. So far, yeah, it's a work in progress for most of them, but I'm sure some of them are gonna be right up there at the sharp end of the field. But we're about to go into large scale formula first. And so far, it's been the Marino and Rosignoli show. That's Sebastian Marino, who's the multiple European champion in the Formula class, and Saverio Rosignoli, who I perennial second, unfortunately, the last couple of years at least. So we'll see how it works out for Mr. Rosignoli. Signore Rosignoli, should say, is the Formula cars zipping towards us. And yes, as you can see, they are running them. Many of them are running replica paint schemes. Like you said, that was obviously a Renault, and we've seen some Ferraris, of course. That was, well, either a Haas or something. I'm not sure. So yes, and apparently a lot of these guys who race at the club regularly, they meet up every year and decide, okay, well, we're going to draw lots or roll dice or whatever we're going to do. They randomly pick who gets to pick what team they want to paint their car as. Like literally, they're that much of a geek about it. I love it. It's great. That's what RC car racing is all about for me, anyway. Scale realism, and of course, these are rear-wheel drive. They do have a bigger engine than the touring cars. They're a 26cc engine. These things are massive. They're 10 kilos with a 620 millimeter wheelbase and a 450 millimeter width front wing. So they are pretty big. If you measure that out on your dining table or your desktop or whatever you've got at home or in the office there, measure that out with some sheets of paper, and you'll see just how gigantic these cars are. They're huge. So what we've had so far, this is part of the 3 minutes of warm-up that all of the drivers get, and then they go straight into it as a rolling clock. Everyone is on their own time for 10 minutes of qualifying. So it's the most laps that you can get in 10 minutes of racing, with obviously the tiebreaker being the lower time. So if you end up on 24 laps and so does another driver, whoever has the lowest total time is the winner out of you two. So this is just qualifying. So it's the most number of laps that you can get in 10 minutes, and then the sub-finals start tomorrow. So we'll see what happens there. But before then, we have another 3 rounds of qualifying to go, starting with the Formula class, and then we go into the Touring Car Sport, and then the touring car open. So if you're used to our coverage previously and you're not aware, there for 2024 there was a new class of touring car large scale, and it's the touring car sport class, which has basically a stock engine, a stock two-stroke petrol-powered engine, and that's it. Everything else is the same, from the body to the wheels, the chassis, everything. All the rules are exactly the same except for the engine. It's the only thing that's different. And for the open class, they're allowed to use, and I have no idea what these mean, but someone in the RC Racing YouTube chat, please feel free to let me know. The open class is allowed to use one pair of magnetic poles and a maximum of 2 coils with the flywheel or rotor. So whatever that means, feel free. Have a guess. But anyway, that is coming up in 3 more races time. So first of all, we've got the next group of drivers out there. They first ran at, well, the top group of F1 ran at 9:30. The next group is out at about 1:30. And the next group of the top group, there's 3 groups of F1, and there's 3 groups of sport, and there's 6 groups of touring car. So the next time the fastest group of sport drivers are out is at 2:15. And then the first of the penultimate group of touring car open is out at 3:30. And then the next time the fastest group of F1 is out, after that is at 4:30, and then 5:15 for sport. And then again, the penultimate group of touring car open is out at 6:30. So racing finishes just before 7 p.m. local time. That's Central European time. So please adjust your times accordingly. Obviously, if you're in the UK, we're 1 hour behind. If you're in, say, Melbourne or Sydney, you're, I think, 8 hours ahead. So make sure and just adjust your times there. And I think the rest of it we'll catch up as we go along. I did a lot of that sort of housekeeping stuff early on, but we've got, this is not the Rossignoli that is challenging Marino for the TQ spot. Marino taking TQ with a different Rossignoli, is Saverio. There it is. Hang on. We're in group 3, 2. Oh, they moved around the order. You know what? They have moved around the order. Okay, so they're starting with group 3. Okay, that's why I was confused there with Rossignoli. So this is our fastest group. How about that? So they're starting with the fastest groups. Okay, so the times I gave you previously, ignore those. For round 2, they've started with the, I didn't know that this was in the rules, so the organizers have moved around the qualifying order. And then for the 3rd round of qualifying, they're starting with group 2, 1, then 3, and then 2, 1, and 3 for sport, because there's 3 of those. And then for the open category, they're starting with group 3, then 1, then 2, then 6. So 6 is running, the fastest group is running at 6:15, and then group 4, and then group 5. So basically we're running backwards in the order. So we're running group 3, 2, 1. So in the first one we ran groups 1, 2, 3. So yes, okay. There we go. Sorry for the confusion. I didn't realize that they were moving things around so much. Okay. So Marino looks like he's, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's certainly not the quickest driver out there at the moment. That would be Saverio Rossignoli. So let's see what the live timing on myrcm.ch says. Marcus Mickelberger and Sebastian Marino, Corentin Leville, and Saverio Rossignoli. Those are the top 4 contenders in this one, but Rossignoli is the only one who's on a 24-lap pace. Marino, surprisingly, only on a 23-lap in 10:15 pace. So he's going to have to improve his time by at least 15 seconds overall. So I wonder if he had a mistake out there or got caught up with one of the backmarker cars, and has come into some sort of misfortune. So I'm going to have to sneak off and get my pen after this race, but I'll wait for 7 minutes. It's fine. Tony Seiler popping up into the top spot. Marcus Mickelberger and LaVille taking it back off him. So this is our fastest group of Formula drivers. Formula meaning, the single seat replica cars. And they are, the really cool thing about these is if you look at the photos on the EFRA Facebook page and the album that we've got on there, you can see that these cars, the suspension, everything on them are exactly scaled down replicas of the full-size machines. So a lot of them, most of them have fully inboard shocks on the front and rear. Some of them have them only on the front, and there's different brands. So I will run through, let's see the different brands of cars there are. We have the RS5, which is from Italy, Bergazzoni, obviously from Italy, the Genius, another Italian car. Those are the main ones. The Genius car is FR2. The Bergazzoni is just called literally just the F1. The RS5 is, there's various different names. There's the F1, F10. I'm not sure if that is meant to be F1.0. So yeah, you can search for those different names on there. The engines these cars are running are 26 cc's, and there's various ones. There's tuned engines from Abate. They're all Zenoa-based engines. There's another engine called MPR, which I'm not familiar with, and another one called K1 Diablo. The RS5 Beast apparently is an engine. I've never heard of that one. So, yeah, that is where we're sitting with the F1. So, Marino taking top spot in the first round, and it looks like Saverio Rossignoli is going to take this one. Although Marino didn't have it all his own way. I was guessing that possibly he maybe had his car set up for more of a 10-minute run in the timed practices yesterday, because he was only overall 5th position after everything was said. Actually 6th position, because you can see by the car number he's car number 6. But it looks like, I don't know, maybe he's going to have a fight on his hands this time around. He did have a fight on his hands the last couple of years, I must say, but it wasn't too difficult, if that's putting it kindly on everyone else. But it was basically him versus Rossignoli. So we'll see where things end up in about 3.5 minutes time. But so far, it's looking like it's Signore Rossignoli going to be taking this one. So we'd like to welcome everyone to check out the event sponsors that are helping pay for this live stream. We've got RC Fox there on the screen. Also Mechatech Racing Cars. They're making, arguably the largest group of cars in the top group are Mechatech FW01 cars. And you can check those out on scs-m2.com and RC Fox, and also rc-car-online.de. And then, of course, fit it with a Samba pipe and airbox for the maximum in performance. Samba is the premium manufacturer of titanium exhausts for these cars. So not only do they look awesome, they sound amazing as well, for off-road and on-road large-scale cars. So Rossignoli with a 25.299 fastest lap. That's pretty handy. That's actually faster than the Sport class, but remember, they do have a larger engine, and of course they are single-seater shaped, so they have a lot less frontal area to disperse around the car. Fastest lap time that we've seen from the Sport class is 25.6, and the fastest from Open was a 23.9 from Emanuele D'Amico. So he's basically the danger man that everyone is chasing. So it's an enviable position to be in. However, he's got some work to keep ahead of his teammate Marcus Feldman, who's the multiple world champion in this category. And we've been trying to get a word with Marcus. Marcus is always there or thereabouts. He's our favorite racing dentist in the RC TV world. Speaking of RC TV world, you can check out rcracingtv.com and check out the merch shop. There is an exclusive discount code. You can get 10% off any order, at least once, using the code LSTC24. That's capital LSTC and the numbers 24 as your discount code on rcracingtv.com. And you can get all kinds of awesome merch there, from t-shirts and long sleeve shirts and beanies and trucker hats and fitted hats and jackets and hoodies and all sorts. Got some really cool stuff on there. Make sure to check it out. Between races, meanwhile, we still have 20 seconds left to go in this one. Marino has managed to claw his way up into second, it looks like. So we'll see what the overall timing is. Marino has finished second overall, so Rosignoli looks like he's going to finish with 24 laps. And he's going to be the only one to do that this time around. So this time it's a swap around of positions with Laville, Lautenschläger, Seller, and Mickelberger rounding out the top 6. Grossman finishing 7th, just crossing now, and a couple of drivers not making it to the end. So we'll just go silent just for a few seconds, and we'll be right back. So there's the confirmation of the finishing order this time around. Rosignoli with the 0 and Marino with the 1. And then we've got Laville in, Marino with the 2. Laville with the 3, Lautenschläger with the 4 again. So you're finishing 4th again. Grossman, so Seiler finishing 5th. Grossman. Oh, we got a pit cam now. You see the action in the pits, and there's that very cool and handy bridge. It's literally a bridge going over the front straight, the main straight, and that is so that mechanics, because there are no marshals out on the track, so the mechanics have to cross the pit lane and the main straight to get to the infield to rescue their drivers' cars. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy, isn't it? You're not going to see that in many other forms of RC. Getting a word from Sven Rodewald, last year's four-wheel drive off-road European champion, and not too shabby of a touring car driver as well in large scale. So the next group out is already, as you can see, cars going past for their warm-up period. This is group 2, so we're starting with group 3, 2, and 1. So just getting word from Sven Rodevald that D'Amico is not only very, very fast, but very, very consistent. And although Feldman is probably the closest contender to D'Amico right now, the other drivers almost certainly going to start catching up as well. So next group is they're already started. They're already a lap in, most of them. This is the second fastest group of racers in the Formula One category. So let us know who you think is going to be quick and quickest in these different groups. Here's the second fastest group of Formula One large scale. If you have any questions, please do ask in the YouTube RC Racing TV YouTube chat. We'd love to hear from you, what you think of the coverage. If you have any questions about anything in particular, we don't. I'll say we have all the answers. They may not be the right ones, but we'll do our best to provide them. And if we don't, then we'll find out for you, or someone will be happy to correct us, of course, which generally don't mind. So we'd love to know what you think of the coverage, and let's see if we can find out as well what our next batch of racing is going to look like. As in where we're going to be, because that is incredibly far away. It's going to be Belgium, actually. Myself and James Stewart, and I'm not sure who else is going. Going to be popping over to Belgium on the tunnel train. And that's going to be towards the end of the month. And then after that, we've got a very busy month. We've got the Worlds, we've got H2GP, we've got ETS, we've got what else we have? We have 8th track, the Worlds being the Worlds for buggy, 1/8 buggy at Radovon again. And then the same weekend, we have a week of electric buggy racing in Sweden. And at the end of that same week, we have the Hertz endurance race, which is going to be pretty interesting, I think. So this is our second group of F1 drivers. So there's 3 groups in total. So they're running second in the first group and in the last, in the first round of qualifying and in the second round of qualifying. They're running second because they're running the groups exactly backwards. So 3, 2, and 1 this time around. And for Touring Car Sport, they're also going to be running that 3, 2, and 1. And then for the Actually, I think I'll get you the times as well while we're doing this, because TC Sport is up in a few minutes. It's going to be up at the Fast Guys up at 13:45. That's Central European time. TC Open is going to be up at 2:30. Well, yeah, for 2:30 for the fastest group. And for round 3, the fastest group will be out last again for Sport and F1. So that is at 16:30 and 17:15. These are European times, Central European. And then Group 6 is going to be out at 6:15. And again, adjust the times as needed. So 2.5 minutes left in this one, and it looks like Reinhard Marone is going to be pretty strong in this one, although he did have a slow lap in this last lap round. Andres Muller popping up in there. So 4 drivers in the 22 lap range, and 3 of them quite close together, really. Just a few seconds apart on the forecasted finishing time. Muller, Marone, Bonmichin, and Lusher. So 4 drivers already dropped out of this one. There's only 11, so it leaves only 11 total, so that leaves 7 drivers out, and 1 looks like it's just getting repaired there. And we're coming down to the last minute. Morone, Bomichin, Muller, and Lusher still the only ones in the 22 lap forecasted finishing range. Lusher, the only one, well, he certainly has the fastest lap by a mile, 26.3. And everyone's coming across, everyone's finished now. So that's the full finishing order. Car number 10 somehow finishes with the best overall time in that qualifier. So Silvio Bomichin, Reinhard Marone, Andreas Muller, Roger Lusher, and Alberto G. Ratero. It's your top 5. So next group of drivers, the last of the Formula drivers to run in qualifying round 2. It's Maurizio Borsoni, Hau S. Samoes, Cor Pruim, Ed Reese, Lawrence Jenkins, Claudio Alberti, Mario Dada, Carlos Fabregas Carroll, or Carlos Fabregas, not sure, Peter Nebel, and Ed Prokaska. And they are already out on track, crossing over the transponder line to count off just as a transponder check. So let's see where we have put the, let's see what sort of lap times we've got for the ranking in qualifying so far. So at the moment, the best run so far is Saverio Rossignoli with round 2 counting. And using, okay, so I'm hoping that the timing system has been updated, so it's round by round. I'm sure it has, but Rossignoli is showing as at the moment TQ because he has a 24 lap run in 10:16, and that was his second run. Sebastian Marino is showing in second with his best run being a 23 lap run. So basically, everyone under that has a 23 lap run, and Sven Grossman is 10 seconds further behind Sebastian's 23 lap run. So it is once again the Marino Rossignoli show, but it might be swapped around if we're only looking at that second round of qualifying. Third round of qualifying is going to be coming up for them at 4:30 local time. So it's 3:30 our time, so it's in about 3 hours or so. So we'll see how that works out for them. No chassis or engine information on those guys, so if anyone knows in the chat, feel free to drop that in. Yeah, we do apologize, eMoney 7472 for the what you may or may not be seeing on screen. It's the region, the town literally had a gigantic flood that washed away homes and killed several people about a month ago. So that there are some residual technical issues that are track based that we can't control. So we are working around them and working with them as much as possible. But please, yeah, just do understand that it's. I mean, although the location and the views are stunning, we're not balancing that out is the sometimes we do have a lack of smooth connection there. But we are doing what we can to smooth it out and fix it. But if you wait, if you're able to wait until 2:30, we're going to have the fastest drivers on the track are going to be out, and that's in just about an hour's time. After this group of racers, we're going to be starting the fastest group of touring car sport racers are going to be out on track. So that'll be something to watch, and we'll get into the what that exactly is when we get to them. Meanwhile, these guys running replica Formula One cars, rear-wheel drive, inboard shocks, functional front and rear wings, body holes cut in for cooling the engine, and the whole thing. You gotta love it when the car model is so large that you can have that sort of detail. So actual real working shock reservoirs and inboard shocks and all the cantilever action from suspension that you can imagine. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Okay, so we've got about 7 minutes left in this run. Currently leading is Mario Dada. And looks like usually there's a bit of movement as these drivers go past the line, but Borsoni not able to get past him yet. Dada is on a massive lead. Borsoni, 34-second lap time that last time around. Dada forecasted to do 23 laps, and that is at least a lap and a half ahead of everybody else. So it looks like Borsoni and Pruim are the only two who are going to be battling back and forth. Possibly Samoas and Reese as well. But we'll see how it all turns out. These guys can only improve. Gada, Borsoni, Pruim, Samoas, Reese, and Jenkins is our current running order. And if you want to see some bang up-to-date pictures and photos and what the drivers are looking like and doing in the pits, you can check out the EFRA Facebook page and find lots of photos on there. Some drivers, pretty much all the drivers shown in there, and some close-up photos of the track and the cars and some of the details of the cars. Some really cool stuff. As you can imagine, these cars are massive. There's so much detail that can go into them. It's really, really cool. So here's one of our gantry cam. See a nice clear picture there. You see the mountains, the Swiss mountains there. Lovely, lovely stuff. So just under 4 minutes remaining. So if you're waiting for the fastest group of racers to come out, they are going to be out at, well, the fastest group of sport racers is going to be out next in about 6 minutes or so. So hang around for them. But if you want to see if you're only concerned about the fastest group of touring car open racers, there's some very fast drivers in that. They will be out in about 50 minutes time. And in the meanwhile, you can check out RC Fox, Samba, EFRA.ws, Mechatech, and RCCarOnline.de, and find out more about these cars and these amazing vehicles. So we're hoping to hear a bit more about the track conditions. I mean, obviously everything looks really, really super dry and quite warm. So I was asking Marcus Feldman if he's planning to, well, not if he's planning to catch D'Amico, who's currently TQ after the first round and looking very, very quick and consistent. And he says, we're working on it. So a minute and a half remaining in this one. Let's have a look and see what the current running order for the TC Sport category is like. Remember, this is the controlled engine category. So top qualifiers so far, and we'll see these drivers out next, is Dennis Tyson from Germany. Then we have Arthur Simon from France, Marcus Oppenhurst from Germany, Neo Lebescond from Switzerland, Thibault Noel from France, Paolo Finardi from Italy, Luca Rowley from Italy, Damiano Giolitti from Italy, Michael Mielke and Torsten Seifert from Germany round out the top 10. And we also have David Lebescond in position 11. And that is Neo's dad. Mathieu Frette and Ralph Kiesele and Stefan Schroeder and Miroslav Jurenka round out the top 15. So in this category, in case anybody is counting car brands, is the French racing brand of S88R. I'm not sure if that's meant to look like Sabre or Sauber or just S88R. I don't know. Or S88R. I don't know. But yeah, if you know in the comments, feel free to let us know. So the next group already out. 14 racers in the next group. So keep that in mind. The timing tower on the right side of the screen can only show 13 racers, but there are 14 drivers in this one. Drivers already crossing over the timing loop to count their times. And then, so there's 3 minutes of warm up, and then there's a rolling clock that starts once the 10-minute qualifying race clock starts. So everyone's on their own lap, but as you can see, we've already got the classic clumping action happening. See that in the infield there. Drivers already having to let faster drivers past, which does slow you down, but it's better that than everybody getting slowed down because you know you're slow and you refuse to let racers by. You will eventually get bumped out of the way. So this is just their warm-up period, once again. So 14 drivers have counted, and we're soon to start 10 minutes of qualifying. So there's a crashed car that just went under the bridge, so the marshal mechanic is going to have to run out there and get it. There we go, and there's the bridge in action. It's car 11. Was Mathieu Frette who crashed, and his mechanic that went out there and rescued him. And you see the cars can keep the engine running for a little bit because there's what the racers call a clunk in there in the fuel tank. So it's basically a long bit of tube that if you are upside down, the tube has a weight at the end and a little filter thing. So it's the weight always goes to the bottom where the fuel is because obviously gravity. And so your car can run upside down for a little bit. Sometimes it does disrupt things and the car might cut out, and then you'll have to run back to the pit lane and have to be restarted. Nice big pit view there, and it looks like time has started, and yes, we have started the race clock. So as these drivers are coming across, they are starting their very first lap, and we'll start to see some very fast forecasted racing times. Will eventually generally slow down just a bit. So first and second laps starting to roll through now. So we'll see a lot of movement on the names on the right-hand side, the timing tower. Flat, or fastest lap time. 25.9 now by Tyson. Lebescon pops up in there. He was young Neo was 4th overall in the after the first round, so he's doing really well. Young racer from Switzerland. He's racing with his dad, David. Looks like Neo's doing going a bit faster in the warmer conditions that we've got now. Milky popping up in the top spot, along with Frete, Giolotti, Tyson, Openhorst. It's a real tough battle between that top 5 or 6 racers. Almost everybody forecasted at the moment to do 23 laps. Schmidt having some trouble out there, possibly, or Arthur Simon not. He's missing off the track as well. He's only done 3 laps. Both Simon and Schmidt looks like they pulled off. So Lebescon, last time around, he was just missing out on getting 24 laps. He finished on 23:10:10 flat 0.9. And he's on the same again, 23 laps in 10:10.6 now. So if he could just get a tiny bit faster and hold the distance for the next 6 minutes or so, hold that pace, he'll be able to get 24 laps. So far, there's only one racer that's doing that, and that's Dennis Tyson. He's on a 10:24 pace with 24 laps. And now he's improved that just very slightly to 24 laps in 10:23. Lebescond has, oh wow, he's 0.1 second off. Tyson's still improving, another 2 seconds off his predicted time. Lebescond, though, 0.1 second off a 24 lap pace. He should be coming across now. Right there. There he goes. 24 laps in 10:25. That's fantastic. .10:22 pace for Dennis Tyson. Lebescon still on a 24 lap and 10:25 pace. But he's on the cusp of getting that down to maybe a 10:24 or a 23. Tyson he's been slowed up a bit. He's on a 23:10 flat pace. Lebescon is now on a 10:24 pace for 24 laps in total. Tyson, he's 0.4 seconds off, but there's still plenty of time to go. There's almost 4 minutes left. This is the fastest group of racers, though. So Lebescon basically battling to be in the top 2, I think, overall. So young Neo about to cross the lap for his 17th lap. And he has improved just a tiny bit. It looks like Tyson is dropping off the pace just ever so, just a tiny bit. Tim Roskam still running 10th. It's about where he finished in the first round. Tyson has really dropped off the pace. He's actually pulled off the track after 14 laps. So what happened to Dennis there? Meanwhile, Neo just still in the 24 lap range with 2.5 minutes left to go. Just crossed again, still on a 24 lap pace, and this time in 10:23. Closest racer to him is Marcus Oppenhorst from Germany with a 23 lap and 10:02 pace. 10:03 pace for Luca Browley. So those two are very close together, and Paolo Fernardi also in 10:03. Meanwhile, Lebescon seemingly just running around by himself. The 10:23 pace to get 24 laps in total. Still just over a minute and a half remaining. Oh, Lebescon has had a mistake somewhere. He's got a 27.9 lap, so he's back down to a 23 lap pace, but I think he might be able to claw that back in the last minute or so. He should be able to get another couple of laps in. Something happened to Neo. Just under a minute remaining, so it's at least 2 laps left for Lebescon. Let's see where he pops back up into. No, he's 23 laps in 10:17, so something has happened to him. So he's going actually 17 seconds slower than his first run. It's massively unfortunate. But that allows Rowley and Finardi and Giolotti to make hay. Actually, it's Open Horse and Finardi and Rowley. They're all on a 10:02, 10:03, 10:04 pace. So very close together on track, but not close enough, not together physically on the track. So Rowley's finished, Giolotti's finished. That's a 10:02, 23 laps in 10:03 actually pace. And just 0.2 of a second behind is Finardi, but Alpenhurst pops up in there. 23 laps in 10:03.6. So all three of those drivers finishing on 10:03 with literally just 0.3 of a second between them. Tim Roskam about to come across to finish 10th overall. So Lebescon, unfortunately, finishing 6th in that one overall, but actually doing better than Tyson in that one. So are these going to be their throwout rounds? So let's see where these two have finished then after that, because Tyson was actually our TQ in round one, and Lebescon finished 4th on a 23:10 flat. So Lebescon was certainly right up there with a chance to grab TQ, but something happened along the way. So Tyson, well, that's still our order. Tyson, Arthur, Marcus, and Tyson, Simon, Oppenhorst, and Lebescon still in that same order after the second round of qualifying, as well as Tubalt Noel. Rowley actually finishes better. He's improved his time, so he's moved up quite a bit, as well as Finardi and Vesere. So the order at the very top hasn't changed. Only for positions 6 and 7 has it moved around just a bit. So it's yeah, I think the timing is still set up to be round rocket round timing. We'll see once the third round starts, but I think there's been a misunderstanding either with the timing or with myself, because I'm pretty sure that this is it's round by round qualifying. I'm gonna have to shoot off a couple messages and just check. But anyway, the second group of TC Sport drivers are out there. I'm just going to go nip off and grab a drink. Okay, so suitably refueled. We're going to check and see. I'm very, very sure that the qualifying is supposed to be round by round. Qualification order and finals, rules 2.5.3. In each round, drivers will score points based on laps and times achieved. The fastest competitor based on laps and time in each round will score 0 points. Second place, 2 points. Third place, 3. Fourth place, 4. So I'm just trying to find out from the people on the ground what actually is occurring. Because it seems to me the qualifying information on MyRCM seems to indicate that it is rocket round qualifying, which is not what it's meant to be. But sometimes these things change, but I don't know. Usually there will be a very big meeting with the team managers and some sort of vote. If things like that have to change on the fly, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, obviously it doesn't affect anything here, but we'd like to know if it's what is actually happening. Meanwhile, we've got the Group 2 of Touring Car Sport is out on the track right now. So that is Stefan Schroeder, Ralph Kieselet, Claudio Rossi, David Lebescon, Robert Deroux, Christoph Spilut, Oliver Asigus, Mario Nickel, Sebastian Elsner, Giuseppe Rosignoli, Torsten Seifert, Miroslav Jarenka, and Guido Mamat. And it looks like timing is frozen. So refresh the web page, maybe. There we go, it's counting now. So we have some, obviously, a few connection issues here and there, but overall, it's pretty decent. Of course, you can see the weather is fantastic. The track is dry, and the weather is warm and set to get hot, probably, I would say. So after Group 2, and because Group qualifying round 2 is run backwards, so starting with Groups 3, 2, then 1. So we're going to have Group 2 followed by Group 1 for Touring Car Sport. And we've already had our fastest drivers out there. So, but because of we're not quite sure, we being me, not quite sure what is actually happening with the qualifying. It's supposed to be round by round, but the MyRCM page is showing that it's rocket round, effectively. So it might be able to see, actually. Of course, this will be highly unofficial, but without cross-referencing, which is what computers are best at, try to see what the actual qualifying run looked like for that Quali Heat 2. So, Quali Heat 2, Quali... No. Group 3, Quali 2. There we go. Openhorst, I believe, got the 0. Rowley got the 2, but he has at least the 6 in the first round, so he's quite a ways. Finardi got the 3, but he's at least the 6 as well, so I'm not sure what he got. Vaser, again, not up there. Lebescon got the 6, so he's got a 10. Noel got 7, so he's got 12. Simon, wow, 14. Well, he only got 3 laps, so he's kind of nowhere in there. Tyson, he finished 12th in that group, but it's kind of hard to tell what is what. It's a bit difficult without the computer to help us sort it out, because there's a lot going on. So I'm gonna have to maybe prod another couple of racers to see if what's happening. See who else I've got in my messenger setup. So I'm not sure who else I can message and annoy. But anyway, meanwhile, We'll just let you know you're watching the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships live from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Just a month ago, a lot of this area was under water and mud and debris of trees and rocks and all sorts of things. So unfortunately, a few people in the local area did die in the flooding, but there was a high chance that this event wouldn't happen. But with the blessings of the mayor and the local community, the racing is carrying on. And so here we are. This is the Polestar TV live feed from Lostallo. So thank you very much to them for providing this coverage for us. My name is Frank McKinney. I'm commentator this weekend for RC Racing TV, and we want to thank RC Fox, Samba, SCS M2, RC Fox, and Mechatech for helping provide the funds and sponsorship for the broadcast this weekend. So that was Touring Car Sport qualification group number 2, round 2. Sport class runs the exact same cars, body, tires, and everything as the Touring Car Open category, but just with slightly more basic engines. Touring Car Open category allowed to use a pair of magnetic poles and a maximum of 2 coils with the flywheel or rotor. No idea what that means, but it just means that they're faster, basically. So 2 minutes left to go in the warm-up here for Group 1, which is the final group of racers for Touring Car Sport. So just about a minute and a half left in the warm-up, and then we'll have another 10 minutes of qualifying for Touring Car Sport. So in this next group out, we're going to have, 2 drivers actually haven't checked in yet. That's Alberto Garcia Rotero and Louis Ottens. So not sure what's happening with them. But the rest of the drivers, there's 11 drivers total who are scheduled to be in this race. We have Stephen Jones from the UK, Wesley Hems from the Netherlands, Daniel Romero Bayo from Spain, Pierluigi Boninsegni from Italy, Eddie Goldsmith from the UK, Eric De Vos from the Netherlands, as well as Johan Siegers, Zdenek Kalab from the Czech Republic, and Lena Bloom from Germany. So just checking with Rick Vanderbilt, looks like his lap was counted. So Ollie Boltnick called it correctly. He didn't have a 42-second single lap. He had 2 laps that were 42 seconds, roughly. And they were... they were sorted out. So I've asked one of the racers, saying, "Yes, I'm told we will have 4 qualies and 2 are counted." Sorry, I'm just messaging back the racer that I've got the reply from. But anyway, I'm sure it'll get sorted. And even if it is just the best, I don't know how they're going to do that. But anyway, we'll let them figure that out. That's one reason why I'm not a timekeeper. So, speaking of qualifying, just run through this just once again, just to recap. So, in each category, the top 2 drivers will qualify directly into the main final. So that's the TQ driver and the second place will qualify directly into the main final. And then in all of the subfinals, so that's like the 1/16th, 1/8, 1/4, etc. The top 3 drivers will bump up into the next race. So it's very important to keep track of them. And then in the semifinals, the top 4 drivers will bump up. Yes, so the top 4 drivers will bump up into each semifinal. So there's a semifinal A and a semifinal B. So that's 8 drivers in total, and then plus the 2 that have qualified directly into the main final. And the finals will start tomorrow after lunch. So we are on qualifying right now. We've had 1 round of qualifying before lunch, and then we had a nice long lunch break, and then we had we started the second round of qualifying, swiftly followed by the third round of qualifying. And then tomorrow morning will be the final round of qualifying. And again, this is all supposed to be on points, not rocket round. The way it looks in MyRCM right now is I'm pretty sure it's rocket round. And then the semifinals should be kicking off on Saturday morning for 3 sets of semifinals, and then 3 followed by 3 finals. There might be a plus 40 race or a mechanic race or fun race or something like that, but we don't quite know yet. I'm not sure there's enough racers in each category to do that, but we will see. We didn't get the schedule for today until quite late last night, but like I said, we're cutting the club quite a lot of slack because of the issues that they've had over the past several weeks. So, how much time is left remaining in this one? Just over 3 minutes left, with Romero leading this one at the moment, just a bit ahead of Goldsmith. Actually, leading overall is DeVos. Jones just popping up in there with a 22 lap pace. Again, this is the final group of Touring Car Sport. So Jones, Romero, Goldsmith, DeVos. Actually, it should be DeVos second overall, but he's running very, very close, right with Eddie Goldsmith actually on track. Then we have Bloom, Calab, Bonaseni, Hems, Seegers, Garcia, and Ottens. Although Garcia and Ottens haven't started, and Seegers falling off the track somewhere about 11 laps ago. Just trying to bring up some extra information for these drivers. Okay, so just doing hopefully final bit of housekeeping, but I know it's not going to be. So we're in Group 6, Heat 2, and this is our fastest group of touring car racers. So, bring up the timing. So, yes, the next group is out. This is the second qualifying round for the top group of touring car racers. We've got Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, Marcus Feldman, our favorite racing German from, racing dentist, I should say, from Germany, Marcus Feldman, and multiple European world champion. Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium, Eduardo Ripetti, winner 2 years ago in this category. Bernard Alain Arnaldi from France. I'm sure he's a previous winner as well. I'm going to have to get these names for the previous winners. Marius Hetland from Norway. Dario Vaselli, last year's winner from Croatia. Hessel Roskamp, previous world champ. Sindre Undheim, Cedric Prevost, Martelli Gianmarco, Tom Hockett, and Michael Donovan. So it's mostly a field of Mechatechs. But it's going to be there's a couple of geniuses in there, driven by Arnaldi and Roskam. And we'll see what happens with what's the other ones? MCD with Vaselli. So 10 seconds to go before the clock starts. And here we go, off and running. We'll see where everybody starts off. Now, last time around, D'Amico, his very first lap was a 23.9 second lap, which he was able to do 3 or 4 more times in that round. His first time out on track of the day. Ripetti, Arnaldi, Roskam up in there. So these are 25, 24 second laps. 24 flat for D'Amico that time. 24, yeah, flat. Well, 0.098. And it looks like Arnaldi, Ripetti, and Undheim are all running together out on track. D'Amico looks like he's relatively on his own, although I think he's just past Tom Hake. Another 24 flat for D'Amico. He's on a 25 lap pace again. And a 24.1 last time around. Very close to a 26 lap pace. 3.5 seconds off a 26 lap pace. And he's the only one anywhere close to that. The others in the top group are of 25 laps or so. Ripetti, Vaselli, Undheim, Verbrugge, Feldman, and Arnaldi. They're all on a 25 lap pace. Most of the racers in this group. D'Amico slows down very slightly to a 25:10:04 pace, and that was a 24.2 second lap. Of course, the more laps they do, the more the laps start to even out, and that forecast gets a little bit better each time they come round. D'Amico, another 24.1 last lap around. Let's see what he does. He's right behind Arnaldi on track. And 24.5 that time around. No, 24.3. So better, just a bit faster than Arnaldi. Arnaldi's going to have to let him pass if he's continuing to catch. But I think he's with Ripetti and Roskam. There seems to be a little group of cars that D'Amico looks like he's trying to work his way through. He's on a 25 lap in a 10:05 pace. Arnaldi, D'Amico, and Ripetti seem to be in the same sort of range of speed, but D'Amico really on his own. He's about 9 seconds ahead in time, ahead of everybody else. But the next group of racers, Arnaldi, Feldman, Verbrugge, Vaselli, and Gianmarco, seem to all be on the same pace, roughly. 25 laps in 10:15. Although Arnaldi's just improved a little bit to a 10:12. D'Amico still on a 10:03 pace and improves. No, he does not improve. Last time around, 24 flat lap time. We were seeing yesterday at the hottest part of the day, he was doing 24.1. He was actually able to improve that several laps in the first round to a 23.9 fastest lap. D'Amico doing a 24.2. That's literally one of his slower laps. Meanwhile, no one else, hardly anyone else, able to touch that lap time. I think Verbrugge is 24.2. There's only 2 drivers who have done better than that on their best lap, and that is one of D'Amico's slowest laps. So it gives you an idea of the pace that D'Amico is on. He's on a 25 lap 10:02 pace. If you can improve that by just 2.5 seconds, he'll be on 26 laps and be nigh on untouchable. D'Amico and Arnaldi looks like they're trading laps, but Arnaldi in overall time is 9 seconds behind D'Amico on time. And then Vaselli a further 4 seconds and Feldman a further 2 seconds. So those are gaps that we're looking at. Meanwhile, there's 4.5 minutes to go. 24 flat again for Emanuele. He's still just behind Arnoldi on track. 24-1 for Arnoldi, 24-4 for Arnoldi, and 24-1 for D'Amico. Again, only two drivers able to match D'Amico's sort of average lap pace, which is a 24.1. Meanwhile, his best lap time is a 23.9. And he has set that again in this race. That time around on 24.3. That's, I think, the slowest lap time that we've seen from him this time around. Coming across, I think he's ahead of Arnoldi on track now. Still on a 10:03 pace and still in the lead, 24 flat that time around. So we should see some faster lap times from D'Amico now. It's all about staying consistent and staying consistent over 10 minutes. I think this is going to be, unless D'Amico absolutely throws it into the weeds, this is going to be D'Amico's second TQ run, which is going to basically set him up, and he's pulling away from Arnoldi now. It's basically going to set him up for the overall TQ, and he can start working on a longer, a 30-minute race strategy, because he's not going to have to go through the semis. And he can start planning out what he's going to be doing for the main final, because this is yet another TQ run from D'Amico. Absolutely stunning pace. 2 minutes left now. What can anyone do to catch him up? Because Arnoldi is the closest one there, but he's still 11 seconds behind D'Amico on the clock. And if you imagine, if we make this 10-minute race into a 30-minute race and we stretch out that lap time, he's going to be a full lap ahead of everybody, D'Amico. So what can anyone do to catch him? Apart from copy his strategy, his setup, and try to figure out something. Ten seconds ahead on pace now is D'Amico. So nope, 11 as Arnoldi crosses line. So D'Amico slowed down very, very slightly. He just hit a 24.4. That's the first time that Arnoldi has made up any time on him, and it's only a single tenth. Time and Ripetti and Roskam running roughly together on track at almost about the same pace. Vaselli popping up in there just a little bit faster than Undheim and Feldman. So Feldman falling back in the order just a bit. Second last time round. And we're down to the last less than 15 seconds now. D'Amico is finished on 25 laps. So missing out on 26 laps, but still just utterly dominating everybody. D'Amico, Arnoldi, Undheim, Ripetti, and Roskam. That's your top five. So Vaselli finishing second. He's got 6 points overall. Feldman has 7. Arnoldi finishing third, so he's got 8 points overall. Undheim finishing fourth. I don't know how many points he would have had in the first round. Hetland finishing fifth. I think the timing is going to have to be fixed because it is showing round by round qualifying. Okay, I'm told it should be fixed now, but we'll see. Okay, there we go. Now we are correct. So, okay, so Emanuele D'Amico has 1 point. I'm not sure that's correct. It should be 0, but still, on points, it's counting as he's got. It's incorrect, but I think that roughly the numbers are about the same. Obviously, D'Amico is leading, and he's going to set TQ. All right, so the next group is out already on the track. As you can see, we've got Adam Westholm, Rick Vanderpool, Marco Harleman, Olivier Sampietro, Karsten Keller, Sammy Pajalin, Kevin Tolinars, Daniel Wicki, Placido Cricri, Oriol Gil Gonzalez, Matthias Domic, Marco Grigic, and Mika Hazenberg. So we want to thank you for joining us for our coverage of the EFRA Large Scale and Touring Car and Formula European Championships from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Pictures brought to you by Poolstart TV and commentary brought to you by RCTV, rcracingtv.com. Check us out. Obviously, you're watching us on RC Racing TV most likely, and possibly on the EFRA YouTube and Facebook channels. My name is Frank McKinney. We've got James and Matt here in the studio in the UK. We want to thank our live broadcast sponsors, scs-m2.com, RC Fox, rc-car-online.de, and Samba, and of course, Mechatech, our chassis sponsor this weekend. Check out EFRA.ws for information about organized racing in your area. There's lots and lots of information on there that you can visit, and links to your local European RC car federations. So meanwhile, we've got Group 5, Heat 2. So it's the second round of qualifying, and we're going in reverse order this time. So Groups 6 down to 1. So 6 just finished, and now we're in 5. And their time has just started. So the next time we're going to see the fastest group out on track is going to be, let's get the schedule up. So the fastest group of large-scale F1 is going to be at 4:30. Fastest group of touring car sport is going to be at 5:15, and these times are Central European time, so Swiss time. Group 6, which just ran, is going to be out on track at 6:15 local time, and Group 5 is going to be out at 6:45. So the fastest group is Group 6. The second fastest group by just a bit is Group 5. So 6:15. Make sure set your alarms and watches and all that. And then we're expecting to see the qualifying round 4 kick off at 9 a.m. local time again tomorrow. So be sure and check that out. And also remember, check out our sponsors: RC Fox, Samba, RCCarOnline.de, Mechatech, and I think that was it, wasn't it? Of course, again, Pulsar TV bringing you the pictures, and RC Racing TV bringing you the commentary. So Rick Vanderboel leading this one. Rick just telling me that literally just before he went on track that he did get his lap back. So Ollie Boltnick again called it correct. And Rick is out in the lead on this one. He's on a 25 and 10:18 pace. So that's pretty good. I just want to put him up into the top 10 or 15 or so. And we'll just refresh that page once again just to see if things have been sorted out on the ranking list for qualifying. Not quite yet, but I'm sure they'll get there. I mean, D'Amico's in top, which we know is correct. The rest, I am not sure. If I were the other drivers, I would be cross-checking and counting and doing some addition. But meanwhile, out on track, we've got Vanderboel followed by Grigic and Westholm and Hornig, and Gonzalez and Kella. It's a top 6. Vanderboel seems qualified slightly out of place, or, well, seated slightly out of place. Maybe could have just about fit in that top group of racers. He's certainly bossing this one around. With half time gone, 5 minutes down and 5 minutes remaining. It's a lovely looking track. There's 2 marshals out there, and it looks like a dead car out in the last corner. Unless that's a... No, I think it's a... I think it's track marking. So again, the top 2 drivers from each category will qualify directly into the main final. So no further running in the finals for them. They don't need to worry about it. They will get a practice run a little bit before the main final. I think it's right after the semis. Or maybe before the semis, I'm not sure. But we will see that schedule come up, I'm sure, by the end of the day. 24.3 from Rick Vanderpool. That's his fastest lap time. In the sub-finals, top 3 will bump up, and then from each of the A and the B semi, the top 4 drivers will bump up. And so that will make up with the 4 plus 4 plus 2 from the top 2 who qualify directly into the main. That'll be 10 drivers in the main. They might be going to 7 or to 12 or 15 drivers, but I'm really not sure. I'm not sure that that's accounted for in the rules, but yeah. Does look like we are getting... Okay, sport class is correct on the overall qualifying so far. F1 still needs to be sorted out. I'm sure that will be sorted by the end of the day, and because the open class is still running, I'm sure that will get sorted at some point as well, because it should be points per run. So Emanuele D'Amico should be on 0 points totals for 2, it should say 2:0, 1:0, and then obviously the third round hasn't run yet. So they might take a little bit of time to just let the computer run through and update the qualifying points, because it should be round by round qualifying, not fastest single fastest round, or rocket round, as some of us call it. Meanwhile, oh man, disaster for Vanderpool. What has happened there? He's pulled off after completing 18 laps. So that's really bad luck. Where did he finish the first time round? He finished 10th overall with getting his lap back. So 25 laps counted in 10:22. This time around, he's only going to have 18. So this is definitely going to be his throw out. But that won't be great. So Adam Westholm finishing that one with 25 laps in 10 flat. So not far at all off. Actually, less than half a second off from getting 25 laps in total. Marko Grigic, 2.5 seconds off from getting 25 laps. So they both finished on 24 laps, with Adam just a couple seconds ahead. Gonzalez finishing with 24 laps, and so does San Pietro and Keller and Cricri. And there you go. There's our final finishing positions in this one. So extremely bad luck for Vanderpool. Don't know what happened there. Next group up is already on deck, and I'm sure they're in the pits and warming up. Engines burbling away. Edward Pickering saying, "Love me some large scale racing." So do I. So do we. All of us here at RC Racing TV do. So next group out, already on track, as you can see, going underneath the gantry, full speed. Simone Curcio, the only one not to check in so far. He's got about 2 minutes to do so. But the other drivers in this one, there he goes, he's checked in now. Patrick Muller from Switzerland, Sven Rodewald from Germany, John Carroll from Czech Republic, Jarrett Williams from the UK, Adrian Vignacotto from Spain. From Austria, we have Rene Jean, Simone Curcio from Italy, Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Didier Dehaan from France, Ramon Schmidt from Switzerland. From Germany, Carsten Wolf, Johan Moriad from France, and Sebastian Mancia from Sweden. I don't know why I say Sweden. It's just Sweden, I think. Any Swedes out there, let me know how you pronounce your country, and I'll work on fixing that. So 45 seconds left for the warm-up, and then we'll have the race clock for 10 minutes start once again for round 2 of qualifying still. And immediately after this, we'll run straight back into F1 qualifying with the jumbled up just a bit. Instead of 1, 2, 3 and 3, 2, 1, it's going to go, I think, 3, 1, 2. Schedule. Oh no, 2, 1, 3. My bad. So the fastest group of F1 will be out at 4:30, and then at 5:15 for TC Sport, and then 6:15 for the fastest group of Touring Car Open, which at the moment is TQ'd by Emanuele D'Amico, unless someone out there can beat one or both of his race times, his qualifying times. Yeah, I think we're going to see D'Amico on pole. The battle in F1 is still pretty hot, with Marino having 2 points and Rosignoli having 2 points as well. So it's basically going to be between them, I believe. In the sport class, it's pretty open, really, with the first round TQ, Tyson finishing 31st in the second round of qualifying. Oppenhurst, I think, at the moment, if we include all the throwouts, has just 3 points. Lebascon has 10. Noel has 12. Let me see if I can bring that up, actually, because I think this one is actually figured out. This is the one category that actually does have some information on it. So Rowley finishing... No, somehow he has... You can't have 1 point. I think this needs some figuring out as well, but I think Oppenhurst is the one with at the moment in TQ, but it really starts to change in the computer once we see what the throwout looks like. But obviously all the points are incorrect on my RCM, I believe. Okay, so let's see what we can see with 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. Simone Curcio, Sven Rodervald running second. Rene Jean, Adrian Vignacato, and Luke Vandenberg, proving that he can drive touring cars just as well, pretty much, as he can run, well, almost as good as he can run two-wheel drive large-scale buggies. Of course, Luke is our reigning and brand new two-wheel drive European champion. Very, very happy to see some new blood at the top of the steps, and we hope he's able to follow it up and go fast next year as well. I believe large-scale off-road is going to be in Fairing next year, so it'll be nice. Is anyone out there in Chatland have any questions about what's happening or what is occurring out on track? Do let us know. Be happy to answer any questions. And if we get it wrong, someone surely will know what's going on. So we just want to let everyone know that we do have a special offer discount on the rcracingtv.com merch store at rcracingtv.com. And you just click the merch link at the top of the page, and there's all kinds of really cool t-shirts in all sorts of sizes and colors and designs. Some really cool stuff. I'm wearing one right now. It says "Keep it on the island." It's an old football related term, but yeah, it's good stuff. Make sure and check it out. There's lots and lots of really cool stuff in there. If you need a something to keep the sun out of your eyes, but you wanna keep your head nice and cool, try out the camo trucker hat, which is one of my personal favorites. There's also a fitted hat, which has the RCTV logo on it, and that's a full cloth hat. It's elasticated, so it's not, fits. There's two different sizes: small and medium, and large and extra large. Check that out. That's also very nice. There's long sleeve shirts for when it's cool, and short sleeve shirts for when it's hot. I think the only thing we don't have on there is underwear, shorts, and socks, maybe. So make sure and check that out. It's good stuff. So we want to thank Pool Start TV for the pictures, and we are RC Racing TV. Check out lots more of the. We had two different EFRA European Championships that we were covering last weekend. I want to thank all our sponsors that helped us with that, and the sponsors that are helping us bring you this coverage as well. So you have rccaronline.de, RC Fox, Samba, Mechatech, and SCS-M2. And of course, EFRA.ws is the homepage for the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. And check out EFRA.ws for the rules for this category, as well as the information about upcoming European and World Championship events. And also, if you want to get into organized model car racing in your neck of the woods, in your area, check out the towards the bottom of the front page are links to all of the various country federations that you can visit, whether you're in the UK or Sweden or Germany or Turkey. There's all sorts of there's basically a single rules organization that oversees all of the organized racing in your area. That's for like national events and some of the regional events, and they'll set the rules and stuff like that for your country. Most of them based on EFRA rules, EFRA and IFMAR. And yeah, it's really good stuff if you want to sort of graduate from bashing and driving around with your friends in a car park or in a field, and try your hand at organized RC racing. It can teach you a lot of things. It's really good fun. So Patrick Muller already finished on this one. A few seconds left for everyone to come across. Luke Vandenberg is finished. Simone Curcio, Renee Jean, Adrian Vignacoto about to come across as well. Jan Carroll, Didier Dehaan. I think Vignacoto is maybe broken on his very last lap. He's just coming to the pits or something like that. It's not counting as finishing, but here we go. There's our order. Sven Rodewald taking this one. Not too shabby. It's a good job, Sven. Sven is last year's four-wheel drive European champion. So we'll always have that next to his name. It's pretty good. Winning it for MCD, and that is the chassis he's running. I believe it's the Duox and Mechatech, which has seems to be the largest team here, at least in the top group. Mechatech running the FW01. So those are the model names to look for if you're looking to see if you want to see how much these are on your favorite auction website or marketplace site. Eric Vanderbilt somehow, for some reason, pulling off way early on that one. So this is round 2 of qualifying, and that was group number 5. So we're counting backwards in this round. So there's groups 4, 3, 2, and 1 remaining in round 2 of qualifying. There's our pit cam. See how big these cars are. Gives you an idea. So Group 3 up now. Sam Vaser, Marco Mans, David Castelvi, Miles Dixon, Pascal Hervé, Kenneth McCann, Andy Zula, Bianca Trotman, Hector Abadju, Dieter Fischer, Paolo Bellotti, Martin Carroll, and Felix Horens are the drivers out on track right now. And everyone is checked in. So this is the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships, brought to you live from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Lostallo, the town, suffered pretty devastating flooding just barely a month ago. So we're very happy that we are still running this event. And very devastated for the family members of the people who were lost. So we do want to thank the club for continuing to host the event with the blessing of the mayor and the town, I should say. So this coverage is brought to you by SCS-M2, RC Fox, RC-car-online.de, Samba Exhausts, and Mechatech Racing Cars. So I thank you very much to all the sponsors. If you are looking for a car, get a Mechatech and get it from one of those 3 web shops and fit a Samba exhaust and airbox onto the car. You will not be disappointed with its performance. We also want to thank EFRA. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. They are the event. They bring together all the rules and the people to make these events and organizations happen. Of course, we are RC Racing TV. My name is Frank. We've got James and Matt in the studio here with us to help with any technical issues and make sure all the lights are beeping and the buzzers are lit. And of course, we're using pictures and video from Polestar TV, who are on the ground for us this weekend. Thank you very much for joining. And thank you very much for watching and participating. If you have any questions, comments, or anything at all, just pop them into the YouTube chat and we'll do our best to answer anything that you might have. These guys on a 10-minute qualifying run. There's a 2-minute break and then 3 minutes of warm-up. So there's 5 minutes in between each race, and with each qualifying race being 10 minutes, that means there's 15 minutes between the start of each race. So it's pretty simple. Qualifying is round by round, which is a new thing for this year. So that means each racer is going to get, if you get TQ, you have 0 points, and if you have second, you have 2, and if you finish third in the round overall, you have 3, and so on and so on. And that's, again, over a 10-minute run. These cars, the open class cars, well, the touring cars in general, have a 23cc engines. And they weigh between 10 and 12 kilograms, have a 530 millimeter wheelbase, and a 700cc fuel tank, which is pretty standard for large-scale vehicles. Very large planes, RC planes, have about the same size. So, just to give you an idea on the size of the bodies, they are a minimum weight of 500 grams, so it's half a kilo. So they weigh a bit over a pound each, if you imagine. If you're familiar with 1/10 touring cars, if you pick up one of those bodies, it weighs nowhere near a full pound. And if you are curious in getting one of these from new, of course you can buy used, but from new, they start at about 1,900 euros, and then add in another few hundred for an engine, another 100 or so for an airbox, another 100 or so for an exhaust. That's minimum. Another 100 or so for a body, and a couple hundred for a couple sets of tires, and you're off. Oh, did I forget the servos and the radio? Yeah, you'll need all that as well, and a battery and a charger for that battery. Yeah, so it's not a cheap hobby, but it's cheaper than running an actual real car for sure. Your costs will diminish by probably about 99% compared to running a real car, and I dare say you'll probably end up having at least as much fun. So the sport class, also a new rule for 2024. So these the sport class cars, not these ones, but they look exactly the same, but they just run a standard engine, a standard unmodified engine. Whereas the open class can have, according to the rules, 1 pair of magnetic poles and a maximum of 2 coils with the flywheel or rotor, which, if someone wants to explain what that is in chat, please feel free, because I really have no idea. And the fastest driver in this category that we're watching, in the touring car open class, is Emanuele D'Amico from Italy. In case that wasn't blindingly obvious, he's got 2 TQ spots, so he has 0 points. So a bit like golf, the lower your score at the end of qualifying, the better the air smells, the better your food tastes, the better your drink refreshes you. That's all good. So he is sitting pretty with 2-0 results. Marcus Feldman currently sitting on 7 points. For Brugge sitting on 13. Vaselli sitting on 6. Arnaldi sitting on 8. And the rest of them sitting on at least 10 or 11 points. Everyone else. In sport, it's a little bit more muddied because first round TQ finished 31st in the second round somehow. And the second round TQ finished third in the first round. So I believe it's Openhorts who is our TQ in the sport class. In Marino, it's a head-to-head battle. In Formula One, it's a head-to-head battle between Sebastian Marino and Signore Rosignoli, who both have a 0 and a 2. So they're both on 2 points. So their throwout is going to be, or the tiebreaker is going to be that's misstating it really. But the third round is going to be the decider. Obviously, whoever TQs, there will be another opportunity tomorrow to TQ, and maybe Marino runs just better on a cold track, and Rosignoli runs better on a warmish track. But hard to say. So we'll see actually how it looks. We can't really call that one. We can call the open class pretty much, unless D'Amico completely throws it away in the next 2 rounds. And maybe just doesn't even go out and drive, and someone else takes 2-0 point results. But then he will still have the tiebreak because his time will be better. No, I mean we'll see, but it's almost certainly he's going to take PQ. So the track is really high grip and really hot, basically, according to all the drivers. That's the word on the track, literally. Word on the street. So we'll see how this works out for him. So this round, this group and one more. Seem to have lost the timing on the main screen. Because the race is finished. So that's Felix Horens taking that one. David Castelvi, Miles Dixon yet to finish. Kenneth McCann, Marco Mans, Abad, Fisher, Balotti, Hervé, Trotman, Carroll, Zule, and Sam Vaser pulling off after just a couple laps. So one more group to go in the second round of qualifying. No one in these lower qualifying groups is going to get anywhere close to D'Amico's 23.9 fastest lap. So one more group to go. We've got Gullickson, Fuchs, Shoveler, Gutierrez, Romero, Osger, Mortigam, Piquet, Brassart, Heslop, DeFeo, Bichel, and Monke in the final group of qualifying in group round 2 of qualifying. And there they are, coming out of the pit lane already. As you can see, one mechanic per car. And you could just about make out the headsets that the mechanics are wearing, so they are able to talk to the drivers as much as they wish. It's two-way communication. So the mechanics often act as a spotter, just telling the drivers how much time there is, or if they're coming up on, if the car that they're coming up on is lap traffic, or if the leader's coming up behind them. Ooh, that car's going sideways. So this is the warm-up period, and time has just started for this group of racers. So 9 minutes remaining. Let's see where things sit. We've got Piquet, Gutierrez, Romero, Heslop popping up in there into third. Gutierrez and Romero look like they're going to be the leading cars on this one. 23, 10:01 and a 10:03 pace, but Heslop also on a 10:03. So it's going to be between those three, PK, Gutierrez, and Heslop. Shoveler not starting this one. So the next group out is going to be Group 1. So the final group. Checking the qualifying results page. So Gutierrez, Peak, Heslop still top three. Gutierrez on a 24 lap pace now, 10:26 time. PK popping up in there in 24 now. Gutierrez dropping back a bit. 23, 10:04. So he's made maybe a couple of mistakes the last couple of laps. PK trying to hold on to the lead in this one. Okay, back on a 24, 10:24 with Gutierrez with a 23, 10:02. So he's not far from getting back into the 24 lap range. But Heslop's still thereabouts, 23 laps in 10:03. That's 9 seconds ahead of Osgur and another 2 seconds ahead of Romero. Gutierrez, so last 3 minutes, he needs to pick up his pace, and Piquet needs to hope that he doesn't slow down the tiniest fraction, because if he slows down, if he loses 0.3 of a second over any time over the next 3 minutes or so, he's going to drop back into the 23 lap range and lose that 24. Gutierrez, I don't think he's going to be able to make it. It's less than 2 minutes now. Gutierrez is going to find it very hard to get into that 24 lap range. Oh, he's just improved, actually, just by a little over almost a second. Two Spanish racers fighting it out to see who's going to take the win, at least in this race. Of course, they're not racing each other directly. They're nowhere near each other on track. This is purely, and they're probably not even aware of how the other's doing. This is purely for our entertainment, just to see who actually is going to come ahead. Gutierrez is very close now to a 24-lap pace. See what he does this last minute. He's lost about a half a second or so. Gutierrez finishes 23 laps, 10:02, so he wasn't quite able to get there. PK finishing, no, he's crossed the lap, but he hasn't finished his time, so he's still got plenty of time left on the clock. He's definitely going to get 24 seconds now. Gutierrez finishes second, Heslop third, Romero fourth. Romero fifth. Osgur has popped up into fourth position. And we're nearing the end of our second round of qualifying. One more qualifying race to go. PK finishes on 24, 10, 24. And there we go. That is everyone done, except for the racers who have already finished. So there we are. One more race to go, and we'll just have a little bit of a break. Oh, just get myself a drink. Last qualifying group of round 2 of qualifying. Out on track now. Qualifying group 1. Remember, we started with group 6 and worked our way down to 1. And then after this group, we'll start all back over again. So this is the warm-up period. Remember, 3 minutes of warm-up and then 10 minutes of qualifying run. In this group, we've got Tyrone Quinlivan from the UK, Angelo Zuger from Switzerland, Bruno Trotman from Switzerland, Stanley De Jong from the Netherlands, Alexandre Schuler from France, Ian Suddy from Great Britain, Dario, this one caught me out last time, Dario Lovrincevic from Croatia, Dean Spur from the UK. From the Netherlands, we have Reint John Kunst from the UK. We have Daniel Osei, Stefan Perazzi from Switzerland, and Ole Henrik Gulliksen from Norway. And this is our last group of racers out on track for round 2, and then we go straight into round 3 of qualifying. So if anyone is curious, the top 10 so far, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure what car Gianmarco is running, but there are at least 7 Mechatechs. There's 1 MCD in Dario Vaselli and 1 Genius with B.A. Arnaldi. BA is the only one running an Abate engine. Dario is running a JPF. Everyone else is running a Mechatech Top Gun. So the next group is, after this one, the top group of large scale F1 is going to be on track at 4:30. That's Central European time, because remember this event is in Switzerland. At 5:15 is going to be the Touring Car Sport top group, and the fastest group of Touring Car Open is going to be out at 6:15. Take those numbers with a slight grain of salt. Allow at least, there might be a few minutes late because I think we're running 5 minutes behind schedule. So the fastest, I would say, fastest 2 groups are the ones to watch, and you may as well watch in between, because what they've done is they've really jumbled up for the order for the 3rd round of qualifying. So There's 6 groups of open class turn cars, and they are running in the order of Group 3, then 1, then 2, then Group 6, then 4, then 5. Okay, so Group 6, the fastest group with D'Amico and Roscam and several others, are going to be running at 6:15. The second fastest group is running at 6:45, but between them is Group 4 running at 6:30. So you may as well just stick around and watch that as well. So make sure and mark those on your calendars. Tomorrow racing, I believe, is going to be kicking off at 9 a.m. local time, so it's 8 a.m. UK time. And again, that's Central European time, so adjust your time clocks accordingly. So in this race, we've got 1 driver on a 23-lap pace and 2 on a 22-lap pace so far. So top racer at the moment is Alexandre Schuler from France. His best lap is a 26.8 and forecasted to do 23 laps in 10 minutes and 26 seconds. These are 10-minute qualifying runs. So we have Schuler, Levinkovic, Trotman, Suddy, Zuger, Kunst, Quinlivan, Osei, Gullikson, Spur, Perazzi, and De Jong. De Jong not actually starting this one. Got a DNS for that one. There's a car rescuing itself out of the grass and going straight back into the grass. It's definitely not going to be the fastest way around the track. So in case anyone is curious, the fastest run time so far has been 25 laps in 10 minutes and 5 seconds. And second fastest run time has been 25 laps in 10 minutes and 6 seconds. Both of those done by our leading driver of Emanuele D'Amico. Second fastest run has been 25 laps in 10:08, which is been done by Marcus Feldman. And next best is 25 laps in 10:12 by Dario Vaselli. So those are the only ones in the top three that that I can get at the moment. But yeah, it's D'Amico looking very, very, very strong this weekend. So Schuler still looking pretty good to win this one. But remember, because it's round by round qualifying, the times get mixed up. So it's not a qualifying race as such. It's just qualifying. So his 22 lap run in 10:05 will get mixed in with all the other finishers for this round, and each driver will be sorted the best lap time, which is going to be Emanuele D'Amico. He's going to get 0 points, and we'll see where Alexandre finishes later on. Well, actually, it should be just after this one. We'll see what the sorting looks like. But 12 drivers in this one, only 11 on the track. So I'm not sure why some of these drivers are missing their heats, but it always happens. It's always something that comes up. And there we go. Bruno Trotman finishing his first run, or his run, with 21 laps in 10:02. Not too far from a 22 result. And Schuler comes across to finish with 22 laps in 10:0. Is that an 8? 10:08. So he had a mistake somewhere along the way. He just got held up in traffic somehow. So next group out, got a little bit of a break now. Last cars finishing their lap and being called in. So we want to thank Pulsar TV for providing the images and the video. We want to thank our sponsors, RC Fox, RCCarOnline.de, SES M2, and Mechatech, and also Samba, of course, for providing the sponsorship to bring us this coverage, or for us to bring you this coverage. My name is Frank from RC Racing TV. Check out rcracingtv.com for really cool merch, and use the code LSTC24, all caps and numbers, so not TWOFOUR, just literally the numbers 24 is LSTC24 to get 10% off any order this weekend all the way to Monday. So next group out is F1 qualifying Group 2. And this is going to be heat number 3 of qualifying. So it's group 2, and then after this, we're going to have group 1, and then the fastest group featuring the ongoing duel between Marino and Rosignoli, who probably only ever meet at the European Championships and maybe the EFRA GPs. These guys must be, when they race their national series or whatever they do in their home countries, just must be absolutely in the class of their own. So in this one, we're going to have Andreas Blum from Austria, Roger Lucher from Switzerland, Carol Joan Fabregas from Spain, Andreas Muller from Switzerland, Reinhard Marin from Austria, from Spain, Alberto Garcia Rotero from the Netherlands, Sander Visser from Austria, Gert John from France, Thibaut Bourdais from Germany, Silvio Bomuchin from the UK, Matt Buxton running not running touring car this year, running F1. Okay, there we are. So, as I was hoping, the times, or the points for Emanuele D'Amico have been updated. However, the points for Marcus Feldman and Dario, Marcus should have a 2, not a 1, and Dario should have a 2, not a 1. But it doesn't really matter. As long as it's gone back to the correct way of counting things, it almost doesn't matter. So Emanuele D'Amico certainly in the catbird seat, as some people say. He's got a 0 and a 0 and 2 more runs left to do. Almost certainly going to take TQ. In the let's see, I accidentally closed a tab. So okay, so for F1, which is the group that we're on now, yes, that has been updated as well. So Saverio Rosignoli has 0 points and a 1. Sebastian Marino has 0 points and a 1. Sven Grossman has 2 points. Mario Dada has 2 points. Lautenschlager has 3. Laville has 3. Seiler has 5. I'm just going to try to get TC Sport as well. Ranking lists quali, and then I'll drag that tab over here between these two. That where it's supposed to be. Yes, so TC Sport is a little bit messier. Marcus Openhurst has a 0 and a 5, according to this. Paolo Finardi has a 5 and a 20. Luca Rowley has a 2 and a 26. So the points total goes from 5 all the way up to 25. However, the 2 drivers that we know are looking strong, but just for whatever reason have made a mistake here or there, Neo Lebescond and... where is he at? Wow, he's way down the order. Dennis Tyson. Tyson has a 0 and a 176. So in this next group of, in this third round of qualifying, I should say, if he in the third round gets another 0 or a 1 or a 2 or whatever, he's going to shoot straight back up, because at the moment he's running 16th overall. And Neo has a 9 and a 20 for obviously 29 in total. But if he can get, he was on pace to do either a 0 or a 1 or 2, depending on how many points they're counting second place. Second place should be on 2 points, not on 1 point. So that's where my very slight confusion is coming from. I think they're doing it properly for sport, because I don't see anyone with a single point. I see people with the 2 points. But see, even that's not correct. There's not 176 racers in this. They're doing it overall. The team manager, someone is going to be read this and go, these points are not correct. We need to have these points correct so that we know where we're actually sitting. Because there's no 1 point on this. There's a couple of 2 points. It still needs to be cleaned up a bit. But because they're showing different points counts for everything. It's a bit weird. I think there are 78 racers in large scale open touring car, but there's in TC Sport there's not 116 or 100. There's 36 racers, so the maximum points anyone should have is 36. Is my point. So we need to hopefully this. I'm sure it'll get sorted out, but it's just a little bit. It just needs some cleaning up. Anyway, we're on the large scale F1 now, and we are absolutely certain that Rossignoli has a 0 and a 2, and Marino also has a 0 and a 2. So we'll see what happens in about 20 minutes' time, because this group is nearly finished with their run. Well, not nearly finished. 6 minutes, 6.25 minutes left in this one. But we're getting there. We're getting there. At least they know that there's an issue and things are being sorted. So with we're coming down to 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. We have Gert John, Carol Joan Fabregas, Alberto Garcia Retardo, Roger Lucier, Sander Visser. These guys are still hopping around on the time sheets, but suffice to say that Fabregas and Garcia, these Spanish racers, pretty close. 10 minutes 12 seconds. They're both on pace for 23 laps in 10 minutes 12 seconds. But Gert John, quite a bit faster, 10 minutes 06. But then Fabregas is 23 lap pace. And 10 minutes 11, so he's well up the order. I think in Touring Car Open, Hetland is going to be leaping up the positions if he can finish as well as he did in the second round. In the first round, he finished 66th overall. Okay, sorry, just shooting off a couple messages to see if that's going to be fixed before we leave for the evening. We're on group qualifying round 3 for Group 2 with Bloom and Garcia battling over the top honors. Looks like it's going to be Garcia, though. He's 9 seconds ahead of, actually 11 seconds ahead of Bloom. So it's Bloom and Garcia, then Mueller, Bomichin, John popping up in there into third, then Fabregas, Lucier, Buxton, Marone, and Bourdais not completing their run. So about 15 seconds left, and we're going to start seeing these drivers crossing the finish line for their third round of qualifying. So Garcia finishing on top in this one. Then Bloom, Mueller, Bomichin, and Lucier. So 23 laps in 10:17 for Garcia. Next group of drivers already getting ready. You see the size of these cars. They pick them up in the pits there. And already we're starting to see the drivers come across to get their lap times counted in. So it looks like a few of the drivers are missing. Don't really know why, but Orsoni, Samoes, Pruim, Reese, Jenkins, Alberti, Dada, Fabregas, Nebel, and Prochaska are the drivers in this one. So just having a chat with Sven Rodewald, saying that he did have some issues lapping some of the slower cars, but he did finish on top, if I remember right, in his heat. But it doesn't. I mean, that's great for the ego, but your time is compared to other drivers who aren't in your heat. So it's very, very super important that you do as quick and good a job as possible. So Fabregas on a 23-lap pace, and so is Dada, but they're about 9 seconds apart on the clock. So Fabregas doing 9 seconds over the 10 minutes faster on that's what the computer is predicting anyway. So we are in the third round of qualifying. We're on Group 1 of Formula. The next group out in about, what's the time here? In about 9, so we have 9 minutes plus, so in about 13 minutes, we're going to have Group 3 of large-scale F1 out on track, and we'll see who takes the next battle in this ongoing war to be TQ between Sebastian Marino and Saverio Rosignoli. So it's Italy versus, France, respectively, versus Italy in that order. So we'll see. But it's going to be tight, these guys. Rosignoli doing, what did he do in his TQ run? He did 24 lap in 10:16, and Marino did a 23 lap 10:04. So not that far off. But there's other drivers who are arguably, possibly just as fast. So we have Dada, who's in this one, and Grossman. Dada is on a 22 lap pace, so he's definitely not going as quick. It is when the track is cooler, when the driver set the fastest lap. That's why we call it the rocket round. However, we are not doing the quote unquote rocket round of of qualifying type of qualifying where there's a single fastest round of qualifying. Your single fastest time decides where you qualify overall. We are doing round by round qualifying, so it's points earned in individual rounds. So it's much more fair because the track conditions are roughly the same for everybody else, rather than it all comes down to one particular time of the day that the times are good for everybody. Fabregas still on a 23:10:17 pace. Dada looking like it's going to be a 22 lap run for him. He had a very slow lap that last time around. So did Pruim. And so did Samoas and Prochaska for that matter. And Reese in even slower lap. Coming up next is our fastest group of F1 racers. So really looking forward to that, see what happens. So the order at the moment: Fabregas, Dada, Borsoni, Pruim, Samoas, Prochaska, Reese, Jenkins, Alberti, and Nebel. Fabregas, Borsoni just popping up into the second spot ahead of Dada, and Dada takes it straight back off him. Samoas, then Pruim. Prochaska's pulled off the track, so that's 4 drivers not running. It's only 6 cars left on the track. So for F1, in case anyone's curious, there are various different types of chassis. Genius FR2, the RS5 F1, and the Bergonzoni. Those seem to be the only ones that are listed. Not sure if anybody else makes any other large-scale F1 cars. I mean, 3 is a decent enough spread. Obviously, more would be better, but these are very large machines, very expensive to make because pretty much everything is machined or milled aluminum. So we're down to less than 40 seconds now. Fabregas looks like he's going to be taking this one. And then we're going to have a couple minutes of break and then another 3-minute warm-up period. And the final group of large-scale Formula One will be out on track as Bersoni finishes. He'll be finishing third, it looks like. Dada second, and Fabregas top of this particular group. Go, Dada's done, and Fabregas finishes 23 laps in 10 minutes and 20 seconds. About a full lap ahead of Mario Dada. So as a finishing order, as you can see, 3 drivers not starting and 1 driver not finishing. So next group out is going to be Marcus Mickelberger, Sven Grossman, Saverio Rosignoli, Ernst Peter Utz, Tony Seiler, Sebastian Marino, and remember, our 2-time defending European champion in this class. Martin Mittelstadt beat Lautenschläger, or is it Beat? I'm going to stick with that. Jose Candelas, Corentin Laville, Licinio Oliveira, and they're starting to cross the timing loop already. We don't want to thank our sponsors for allowing us to bring this stream to you. rc-car-online.de, RC Fox, SCS-M2.com, Samba exhausts and airboxes, and also Mechatech racing cars. So thank you very much to our sponsors. Thank you to Pulsar TV for providing the images, and thank you to James and Matt for providing the technical info for getting us all hooked up. Thank you to our viewers, and my name is Frank McKinney from RC Racing TV. So thank you again for everybody who's watching. Especially thanks to EFRA. You can check out EFRA at efra.ws, EFRA.ws, or if you're on Facebook, search for RC Motorsport Europe. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, and provides the rules and the organization to bring events like this to people around the world, especially to racers across Europe. European championships, Grand Prix, and international races are quite popular with the large-scale touring car class. So there's lots and lots of these races that go on, and so everybody's familiar with the rules basically by the time they make it to an EFRA European Championship. And this club right here, MRTM Lostallo in Lostallo, Switzerland, recently hit by some floods and devastation. But even just a few weeks ago, over this time, they've been working extremely, extremely hard to get everything ready and running for everybody. So we're very glad to bring you this coverage, and we're super happy that the racers were able to make it to the track, and so that they can have an event at this amazing facility. You can see camping facilities all around the track. That's a big part of what the club does. And of course, this stunning, beautiful location. Very, very beautiful. So really wish we could be there in person, but unfortunately, just circumstances the way they are, we're doing it remotely. So Full Start already has the cameras there, and we're using the Full Start video system to bring all this coverage to you. So we hope you enjoy it. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever, put them in the RC Racing TV YouTube channel, and we'll address them as much as we can. Eric Lacroix saying, "Hey guys, good to see your broadcast again. Thank you very much for joining us, Eric. Thank you for all the effort you put in, and thank you again. Although it's looking, we are having some upstream issues, quality and frame rate not up to spec. Yes, we certainly do wish we were there in person to have a full moving camera, like we used to do, like we had at the two events that we covered last weekend, the IC Buggy Euros at the Argaro Ring in Sochile, Italy, and also the in Brest, France, where I was commentating for the large-scale off-road Euros. With movie cameras and commentary and everything like that. All the usual package. But here we are. This is it's a little bit different for large-scale touring car. And look at that. Rossignoli setting the fastest lap. So we'll go to the timing and just see where we are sitting. So Marino running third at the moment with a 23 lap pace, 10 flat. So he's on the cusp of doing 24 laps. But it looks like Rossignoli has the pace to just do a bit better. And also Marcus Mickelberger, 24 lap pace in a 10:22. So he's actually going faster than Marino as well. Maybe Marino's setup or car or whatever is just more suited to the cooler conditions of the first round of qualifying. So maybe, who knows, if he doesn't do so hot in this round, maybe he'll come back and TQ the fourth round once again. But then what's that going to do for the final, the main final, which is almost certainly going to be run around this time of day, maybe a little bit earlier, but obviously it'll be run on a much warmer track than what he's going to see tomorrow morning. So we'll see. I mean, there's a big question mark now of how Marino is going to do. Obviously, again, the two-time back-to-back defending European champion. So we'll see how this shakes out, because this could be a thing. Meanwhile, I'm just going to check the checking. trying to find the previous winners of large-scale Formula One. I don't think it goes back a massive distance. No. 5th IC Formula. Yeah, it only goes back to 2022, and that's when Marino won it. So actually, no, 2019, 18. Marko Grigic actually won it a couple times. No, 3 times. So anyway, Mickelberger taking the fastest lap overall with 5.5 minutes left in this one. Rossignoli still way out in front, 24-lap pace in 10:13. Where is Marino? Now running second, 23 laps in 10:04. So if he can cut the time down, no, he's just gone slower now. No. So moving around, 23 laps, 10:04. So he needs to, literally pick up the pace so he can get into that 24-lap run. Pick up the pace so his pace can increase, if that makes any sense. So Rossignoli looking like he's going to TQ this one again. Rossignoli, Marino running second. His pace is slowed just a little bit more again. Might be getting stuck behind some lap traffic. Looks like there's a couple of cars kind of in his way. 23:10:04. Mickelberger has fallen way down the order. He's pulled off. So, and it looks like Mittelstadt has not started as well. So our fastest lap owner, or previous fastest, no, he is still fastest lap owner, 25.4. Marino still on a 10:04 pace to get 23 laps. Lautenschlager now popping up in there, but not quite as quick as Marino, who himself is quite a ways behind Rossignoli. Italy, France, Switzerland. Rossignoli still on a 24-10-14 pace. It's a minute and a half remaining, roughly. Minute 15, and Marino, I think, is solidified second overall in this round. And Lautenschlager finishes on 23 laps in 10:03, not too far off. Actually, just a bit behind. No, sorry, that was Marino finishing on 23 laps, 10:03. Lautenschlager finishing 10:09. Rossignoli finishing with 24 laps. So it looks like Rossignoli going to take TQ that time. So that is. Another 0 for him, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be a 2 for Marino. See how this adds up. We'll just refresh the ranking list page, and Rossignoli. I'm not going to call this one because it could very easily be Marino taking the 4th round TQ. So Rossignoli on 0 points. However, Marino has a 0 and a 2, and he could easily take the 4th round of qualifying. Lautenschlager taking 3rd, or currently in 3rd, I should say, with a 5 and a 9. LaVille with a 9 and a 14. Some of these points all over the place, and again. This is going to have to be reviewed because some of these racers have 146 and 164 points. That's impossible. So they're going to have 30 points maximum. So I'm sure there's going to have to be reviewed. But basically, for the most important positions, every position is important, but some are just more important than others. For the TQ spot, at the moment, Saverio Rossignoli is the overnight TQ. So he's TQ'd 2 of the 3 rounds so far, and Marino has TQ'd 1. It's the first one, so he could take TQ. Let's see how this might possibly shake out. I think, on balance, for my money, it would be hard to bet against Rossignoli taking TQ because he's got 2 24-lap runs, and Sebastian Marino, his 2 best results are 23-lap runs. So as far as TQ, as far as the main, who knows? That's still wide open. But overnight TQ is going to be Saverio Rossignoli from Italy. So congratulations, Signore Rossignoli. And we'll see what happens in the morning. Meanwhile, we've got the warm-up for the, let's see, this is Group 2 Now remember, they jumble around for the third round of qualifying. They do jumble around the qualifying heats. So we're going to have Group 2, then Group 1, and then Group 3, which is the fastest group. Those will be the groups of touring car sport coming out. So Group 2 is David Lebescon from Switzerland, Ralph Kiesel from Germany, Sebastian Elsner from Germany, Miroslav Jurenka from the Czech Republic, Stefan Schroeder from Germany, as well as Mario Nickel and Torsten Seifert and Christoph Spilut. From Italy, we have Giuseppe Rossignoli and Claudio Rossi. And also from Germany, we have Guido Mamat and Olivier Osigus. And from the Netherlands, we have Robert de Roo. So that is our Group 2 racers for touring car sport. So we're on the next group out is scheduled to be out. Well, the fastest group is scheduled to be out at 5:15, but it looks like we're running about 6 minutes behind schedule. So add 6 minutes to that time. In the meanwhile, this group has just started their qualifying run. Another 10 minutes to go, and we'll see where these guys are sat. Totting up the number of world champions and European champions that are on the grid. There are quite a lot in the touring car category. Marko Grigic certainly taking his fair share. I think 3-time European champion for large-scale F1, which is just wow. Feldman, our favorite German dentist, is a 2-time world champion and 1-time European champion. Rupetti, champion 2 years ago. Verbrugge, champion a few years back. Arnoldi, 3-time European champion. And Vaselli, last year's champion. So these guys are not slow, for sure. Okay, so let's see where everyone is at. Now, with 6 minutes remaining in this qualifier, this is heat group number 2. Touring car sport. Right. Where are we at here? Yeah, touring car sport. We're just seeing group 2. Oh, I've already read off the names. Okay, yes. Let's see where everyone is at now. Kisele is in top spot, 23 laps, 10:13. Well, basically, well in the lead of everybody. Then we have Schroeder, Deroux, Osugos, Nickel, and Lebescond. Lebescond's on 22. He's on the cusp of doing 23 laps. He's nearly there. Schroeder, Osugos, Nickel, and Lebescond all battling. Oh, Lebescond just on the cusp of, he's 0.8 seconds off getting a 23 lap run. Kisele, it's only about 2 seconds ahead of Schroeder now. So Schroeder's certainly caught up, or Kisele has made a mistake somewhere, but I think it was Schroeder who's improved his pace. Nickel on a 23 lap 10:25 run, but Schroeder's on a 23 lap in 10:17, only 2 seconds behind Kisele, who's just improved very slightly to a 23 10:15 pace. So I'm just going to have a look at what Rosignoli's throwout time is going to be. 23 laps in 10:06 is only the tiniest. Well, it's slower than both of Marino's 2 good runs. Okay, so just random thought that popped into my head, but so Rosignoli can't afford really to rest on his laurels if he wants to have TQ. Of course, a 30-minute race, I mean, anything can happen, but if you can start ahead of everybody else, why not? So Kisele, Schroeder, Deroux, Nickel, Osugos, Jurenka, Rossi, The Biscond has dropped down quite a bit. He must have, oh yeah, he had a very long lap, 42 seconds. Anything over 28 seconds or so, it's very long for these guys, but Biscond must have had a big mistake out there. These guys trying to catch Thiessen and Simon and Alpenhorst. It'll be very interesting to see what Thiessen and Simon can do in this third round. Okay, so there's our finishing order for everybody. Kisela, Schroeder, Nickel, Urenka, Rossi, Osigus, Seifert, Deru, Mamat, Spilut, Lebescond, and Eisner. So the next group is already out. So this is group one. The first of our, well, not the first, but numerically the first, but not the first in this round of qualifying. Third round of qualifying, they're moving things around quite a bit so that the racers are, kept on their toes and just run in different order, basically. So it's not always 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, we have this group here, and then the next group after this is going to be our fastest group of touring car sport class. Sport class being a standard engine class, so it's not a spec engine; it's a standard engine. So you're allowed to run different types of engines from Zenoa style, basically, but any brand, but it can't have any modified or special parts on it. So this here is just the warm-up. So while you see that the counter at the top of the screen is in green, that just just means it's warm-up. There's 3 minutes of warm-up before each 10-minute qualifying run. And then 10 minutes of qualifying starts. Everybody has their own individual clock that they run to. In the States, we used to call this IFMAR qualifying. And now I just call it qualifying. So this group is now started. So we've got Alberto Garcia Raterdo, Stephen Jones, Wesley Hems, Daniel Romero Bayo, Pierluigi Boninceni, Eddie Goldsmith, Eric DeVos, Johan Seegers, Zdenek Kalab, Lena Bloom, and Louis Outen. So a nice range of countries from Spain, UK, Netherlands, Italy, Czech Republic, and Germany represented in this one. We have drivers from all over Europe, from Finland and Norway, all the way down to Italy and Turkey and Croatia. And of course, all the countries in between. So France and Belgium, UK, Germany. Don't have any Danish races. We had some Danish racers last week at Lostallo Off-Road. There are some Spanish here as well, and there's even a Portuguese racer. So it's great to see drivers making so much of an effort to be here. It's great after the month or several weeks that the Lostallo town has had and the Lostallo circuit has had with basically massive amounts of flooding and devastation and several people, unfortunately, dying because of that. And now, with the blessing of the mayor and the townspeople, they said, please, we insist, please hold, continue to make plans for the, this European Championship event that you were planning to hold. Happened just a few weeks ago. Absolutely devastating. If you're on Facebook, check out the search for MRTM Club Lostallo or something like that, and you'll find the posts of the pictures and video, and it just was not very good. So lots and lots of work, days and days of work from the club members and townspeople. The roads have been cleared. The campsite here around the track that you can see there in the background has been cleared, and it's hosting a world-class event. So it's fantastic that all of these racers are present and racing. So it's really good to see. So we've got several drivers on a 21-lap pace, just one on a 22-lap pace. That's Stephen Jones from the UK. Fastest lap so far is who's that? Our Spanish racer of Daniel, 27.6 seconds is his fastest lap time. Fastest lap time overall in the open class is 23.9 by Emanuele D'Amico. In the sport class is 25.6, and we'll see some racers get close to that, possibly match it in the next group of racers that are out there. So Stephen Jones still leading away on this one. 22 laps in a 10:27 pace. So hopefully he's able to keep up the pace. Otherwise, he's going to drop down to a 21-lap pace. Just on nearly there with a 22-lap pace is Wesley Hems. He's got a 21-lap in 10 flat pace. So if he's able to speed up just the tiniest bit, he'll be on a 22-lap pace. And there he goes, 22 in 10:25. So just the tiniest bit behind Stephen Jones. So these two are battling for, well, not really racing against each other directly. And they're basically just trying to get a better time than everyone else in this round of qualifying for this group. That's what we mean by when we say everyone's on their own clock. No one's racing actually door to door with anybody else out there. And if they are, they're just basically slowing each other down. So it's never a wise move in qualifying, this style of qualifying. So fastest lap still belongs to Daniel Romero Bayo. Two drivers not starting this one, Alberto Garcia Retero and Luis Ottens. No real indication why, unfortunately. I don't have any direct contact with them, but if anybody knows and you're in the chat, please feel free to post it in. Sometimes seems a shame that drivers come all the way from Spain or the Netherlands to beautiful Lostallo circuit and unable to make their one of their qualifiers. They only have 4 chances. So 2 throwouts, 2 to count. And that's why I'm talking so much about what is going to happen with the next group that's coming out. It's actually a rather big question mark what's going to happen with the top qualifier from round 1 and the top qualifier from round 2. It's Tyson, who finished first, so he should have a 0. And then he finished 31st, so he should have a 31. And Oppenhorst has finished 3rd in the first round and then TQ'd the second round after Tyson and Le Bascon fell down the order. Tyson probably the biggest loser so far, but we'll see what happens in round 3 because it's fairly wide open, really. What can happen? I'm just going to have a look and see what Andy Simon is up to. There's 3 minutes left in this one. So there's plenty of time to come back to him. Arthur Simon, sorry. For some reason, the computer is giving him 200 points in for round 2, which is impossible. But he definitely finished way down. So, question about where to see the live time. You can check that out. All the information is available on myrcm.ch. And that's where I'm getting the information that I'm reading off to you guys, basically. So, thank you very much for joining and participating. If you have any questions, feel free to pop them in, or information, feel free to pop those in as well. So we are approaching the last laps for everybody. So Romero finishing on 21 laps. Jones finishing second with 21 as well. 7 seconds behind on time. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll see the complete finishing order for this group will pop up on the screen. But just take a little break, and I'll be back before the next group is before their time starts. Okay, so here we are. Final round of the day for large scale touring car sport, and we'll see what is going to happen. Racers have just crossed the line to start or well, to end their first laps. So we're looking for Arthur Simon. We're looking for Marcus Openhurst, Dennis Tyson, and possibly Neil Lebescon. And we're going to keep a very close eye out on these 14 racers that are out there. So 9 minutes remaining. I think they've all missed a lap somehow. Is the timing stopped or something like that? They've all got like a double length time for their laps, so the forecast time is completely off now. Timekeeper is going to be quite busy trying to fix the qualifying and adding laps to everybody here. So we're not going to know until the very end. We're not going to know until about 9 or 10 minutes from now where everyone has sorted themselves out, because we'll need to add a lap to everybody. Wait, no, they still have 44-second laps. This isn't right. Gonna have to go off comms and try to figure out what is happening here. So do apologize, but yeah, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on, because there's no way everyone's getting 46-second laps when earlier they were getting 25 and 26-second laps. So we'll be back as soon as we can. Okay, so apparently it is raining. So that is incredibly unfortunate for these drivers. I am going to see, however, what happens in the event of rain, because there is a procedure, rain situation, in case of different weather conditions during sub-finals. The final classification will be okay. So it doesn't matter for qualifying. So that is, yeah, that's really unfortunate for these guys that are driving right now, because that is going to completely ruin their second or their third qualifying run. I'm not seeing in my very quick skimming of the rules what happens if there's rain during qualifying. Only rain situation. Rain procedures during qualifying 2.8.1. race director are jointly responsible for the stop a race in the event of rain. When all drivers have had at least one dry heat, all races results will be counted. When weather and time permits, race director may decide to offer an extra heat to those drivers who did not have a chance to run a heat, drive a heat dry. When not all races have had a chance to run a dry heat, only the wet results will be counted. When continuation is judged to be senseless, or when other drivers should be offered a fresh chance to drive in dry conditions. Okay, so I don't think this rain procedure in qualifying counts because everyone has had the opportunity to have a dry heat. So I think according to the rules, yeah, unfortunately, it's just incredibly bad timing for these drivers. So yes, they are continuing to drive around with 40-second lap times instead of 20-second lap time, 26-second lap times. Just really terrible. Yeah, so unfortunately for these drivers, and also unfortunately for us, we're not going to actually see. I mean, obviously, this is going to be everyone's throwout run. This is, I mean, I'm very tempted to say a disaster for these drivers. It's very close to it because obviously a 13 lap run is not going to be anywhere near what someone needs to do. Not when, let's see, Open Horse in, Open Horse's worst run so far is a 23 lap run. So this is a complete, it's almost a waste of time. If nothing else, at least they can practice their slick weather driving. But obviously, the rain setups are going to be quite a lot different to this if they have the time to practice. But so, a question from Texas Hill Country. First of all, a question for you: are you in San Antonio, New Braunfels, or Austin? These cars are all two-wheel drive. They're all rear-wheel drive cars, so they are incredibly hard to drive. In the wet. They're mid-engine, but all rear-wheel drive. They do have front and rear working hydraulic brakes. Check out, if you go to scs-m2.com, rcfox.de, or rc-car-online.de, and just search for Mecha Tech, as you see on the screen there, MECA MECATECH. Search for Mecha Tech. They only make on-road touring cars. The FW01 is the car that you want to look at because that is occupying most of the top 10 group of cars. But yeah, that is the kind of car that you're going to be looking at, and everybody has come into the pits, as you can see there. Phoenix Favaretto saying, I've raced in Lostallo, and there's a legend there was once an event with no rain. Yeah, that is honestly a massive tragedy. That's the 15 laps there for Neo Lebescond, young driver there. He's racing with his dad in the previous race. But yeah, 15 laps is still 10 laps short of what he would have been aiming for, at least, if not a 26 lap run. He would have been wanting a. But I mean, I can only imagine they were on dry tires, and then it started raining, and if you come into pit, it will take a full minute, and it's just no, it's not going to work. So maybe they knew of the situation and had intermediates on. Obviously, full wets are just a bit much, but yeah, that's a shame. But with that in mind, let's see what that has done, because to the overall qualifying ranking, Oppenhorst with 3 points, sitting on top overnight with his S88R GT car. Ralph Kiesele with 8 points. Luca Rowley with 9. Paolo Finardi with 9. Neo Lebescond that's not bad. Fifth place overall. Schroeder with an 11 points in sixth place. Noel with 12. Giolitti with 13. Jurenka with 16. And Seifert with 17. One of our big losers in that one, though, would have been Tyson. Where's he at? Or Tyson, sorry. Sitting 22nd on 32 points. There's still tomorrow to happen. So this is going to go just like the F1. This is going to go to tomorrow. This group out now, though, we'll see what sort of times they start to do. This is the open category. Quite a bit faster. Different engines. A lot more possibilities to do with the tuning on the engines. It's the only difference is the engines. And yeah, I mean, mountain regions, they have literally their own weather system, so you never know what you're going to get. And the weather changes quite rapidly as well. So this next group out, there's no technical timeout, so this will be group 3, I believe, is out. Yes. So it goes. There's 6 groups in the touring car open category. Starts with Group 3, then Group 1, then Group 2, then Group 6, which is the fastest group, Group 4, and then Group 5, which is the second fastest group. So it gets jumped around. Looks like we have a track announcement. It's like one of the race organizers or club member. I think that's the EFRA official. One of the EFRA officials is there. Fabio, I believe. It would appear. I mean, they've obviously paused things, but I'm curious. I'm trying to find out what the actual announcement is. Maybe looks like the mechanics taking off their vests. Yes, more and more mechanics taking off their vests. I wonder if they're going to move this rest of qualifying to tomorrow. So we're just waiting to see what that is actually entailing. Okay, so we are stopping for the day, and we will resume qualifying. I believe it's going to be 9 a.m. local time. So we're going to be halting proceedings for the day. So apologies if you were hoping to see the final group of racers get out, but it looks like they're going to be the first group of racers out tomorrow. So maybe a slight change of setups for some of the drivers who are maybe they've got a hot track setup and a cold track setup. So they're going to be first out. They're going to be changing overnight to their cold track setup, so that the tires switch on faster. And we'll see. So, just in case this is the end for today's proceedings, make sure and tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Time. We want to thank Pulsar TV for providing the images from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. I want to thank the club for organizing, getting everything organized after their devastating month, and making sure that the event can go ahead. We want to thank RC Fox, Samba, SRSM2, rccaronline.de, and Mechatech for providing the sponsorship to make sure that we can broadcast this to you for free. And we want to thank EFRA.ws for providing the coverage, or providing the rules and the organization that make these European Championships even possible. So my name is Frank McKinney. I'm with RC Racing TV. As I said, the picture is provided by Pullstart TV. So for now, we'll be logging off, and we may end the stream, but just want to do our proper sign off. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being a part of our coverage today. Please make sure and subscribe, hit the bell, follow the Facebook pages, whatever platform you prefer. Make sure that you are subscribed and follow the page and channel and all of that good stuff to know exactly when we go on air tomorrow, live from Lostallo for the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships for 2024.
ikke farve højden mere. Nu er de farve, please.